Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, December the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can see my screen and hear me. Oops, forgot to turn the mic on in the main room, so I'll do this again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, December the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Roger. I had the mics on, I think, in our Discord room and I think in YouTube, so you guys can probably hear me. Yes, great. All right, guys. So today, of course, 2 o'clock Eastern, we have the minutes, and then at 2:30 we have the discussion. So we'll have some fireworks certainly at 2 and at 2:30. Until then, a lot of the things that we look at, of course, are probably not too affected. The small cappers. Uh, and somebody asked me, well, why do I only look at small cap stocks? It's not, I don't have a filter that is doing that. It's just that the stocks that typically have the biggest percentage moves are smaller cap stocks. It's that simple. You're not going to find Apple racing up 20 or 30% today unless something extraordinary happens. So it's not that my focus is on that, but I mean, the ones that are moving typically are just lower floats situations. So having said that, let's take a look at some of the movers this morning. So this IMMX just showed up as I was opening the room, trading higher after the company announced it is in license, et cetera, et cetera. Phase B, I mean, it's early on. Yeah, low float, 5.9 million, 3.4 have traded, 3.4 million have traded. So this will easily trade the float. It's through the 200-day moving average. This is not one of those ones that is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. KYMR. Now this one to me seems eminently shortable, guys. KYMR. Now it's already popped up to $40. The only news I could see on it is that maybe I read this wrong. I don't know if they release phase. Okay, maybe they release phase one today, and they're saying they're going to be able to go into phase two. I thought they may have released phase one earlier on, and now okay, but it is just phase one. It is only phase one. It's not a low float, 43 million in the float, but this is a huge move based on phase one data. And it is shortable for me. Another big one, RNA, big one, as in big percentage move, 36%. And again, these are not crazy low floats, 49 million. It's not like these are like a 2 million float or 2 million in the float. So, I mean, 49 million. So it's not a crazy low float. So that's a pretty impressive move with that float. And this higher after the company, another, phase one, phase two data, early stuff, but moving. Now, TCON had a pop. I think it came almost right back down though. TCON, it got up to 170, came back down to 155, and this is a phase two, I believe, phase two. BIMI. Maybe that's some news. BIMI, volume China stock trading higher. Whoops, that's not the reason for that one. Announces entry into a material definitive agreement. Okay, and it announces an amendment to hospitals purchase agreement. So that is BIMI. Meanwhile, XP I'm hearing on the way down. Ooh, all-time low, guys. Okay, this is going to be interesting for me anyway. XP all-time low. Not a ton of volume yet. Big float, 326 million in the float. Do not see a specific reason for this one moving down, but this one, all-time low right now, XP. And NCPL, guess what? Did a financing. NCPL did a financing. At least they announced it in the pre-market. So the financing is at $1.50, I believe. $1.40. So the financing is at $1.40, and so it's above the financing price a little bit, 166, but dropped 24% on that financing. A little more expensive one for those of you who don't mind playing slightly more expensive ones. Datadog, DDOG. We're getting this again. Man, it's like as we approach that 9:30 mark Eastern, I'm starting to get this. I'm trying to hammer our development people. Anyway, let me get back to Diamond Dog. Datadog. Seems to happen when I type in the symbol, but we'll see. Anyway, Datadog upgraded by Oppenheimer with a $105 price target. Okay, so that is DDOG. Pretty good volume too. Pretty good volume on that upgrade. And let's see, IMMX. I think that's another one. IMMX. Or did I just mention that one? Yeah, I didn't. I did just mention that one. So IMMX, 5.9 million in the float. Yeah, I did mention that one. Okay, so 5.9 million in the float. So very low float, up 38% through the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 185. So this could be interesting, keeping over the 200-day. And I don't think I mentioned this one, PASG. See if it's still hanging in there. PASG trading higher, again, phase 1/2 data. Yeah, so. But overall, certainly not a lot of gap ups, a few more gap downs, but not that many. But XP, guys, XP. Now Pfizer weak, a little, oh no, forget it. That's a bottoming tail. That's a bottoming tail that probably shouldn't be there. But XP, this could be the one. Position in lifetime range, so it's a all-time low. Out of Brazil. Yeah, so Brazil, if you understand what's going on over there, perhaps contesting the election, etc. So I don't know if that's affecting this one. I saw PBR was also down. PBR, another big Brazilian stock. PBR was also down. Petrobras falls 4.2% after governance bill advanced in Congress. Approved a bill that would make it easier to put political appointees in top position. Yeah, I'm sure that's what these companies don't want. So and that might be the same. That might be the reason for XP moving down. Okay, just a minute, please. Patrick, YouTube saying VLON. Let's take a look at VLON. Yeah, I'm not seeing it because it's under $1, but hey, yeah, you never know. Actually, what did it get to? Almost got up to $1. Trading higher after, excuse me. Oh, okay, so they're buying a company or merging with a company. So we're in for basically a flat open, guys. Market had a very interesting day yesterday. We had the big gap up. Take a look at the SPY. We had a big gap up on you weren't here yesterday, so that was at 8:30 Eastern. We had a big gap up when the CPI numbers were released, and then we faded most of the day. You know, market still was up for the day, but nowhere near as up as when when the SPY was up here at 414. I'm hearing RNA, guys. So RNA is making new highs. RNA is just making a new high. This one is getting close to the 200-day moving average, 1623. 1623 is the 200-day moving average for RNA. So let's see. It looks like this is going to take this out. Lots of volume, 49 million. Again, it's not a low float. That's a big move. 46% with 49 million in the float. I mean, that's not a high float, but it's certainly not a low float. All right, 9/11. Let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. This is from briefing.com. There have been huge downgrades still. Wow. Yeah, we still have a big downgrade list. A pretty good upgrade list, but certainly a bigger. So I'm going to get this into our Discord room first. Just a few more to go here. There's a D-Dog. All right, there are the upgrades. Give me a moment. All right, I'll get the downgrades in now. A lot of downgrades. I have to expand my screen. Wow, a lot of downgrades. Biggest downgrade list I've seen for a while, guys. Okay, let me get a few of them in here. Downgrading Moderna. I'm looking to see if there's like one stock with multiple downgrades. Can't see any yet. Downgrade for QS. Goldman QS. I did see that one earlier. Take a look at QS when I'm finished this downgrade list. There's so many. I won't be able to get them all in. There's just so many. Just try to pick off some of the ones that people may have never heard of. And they're downgrading Best Buy, but I'm not going to put that in the list. How dare they do that? Okay, guys, that's a huge list. There's even more, but I just don't have time to type them all in. Okay, and I'm not posting it in YouTube because the formatting doesn't work, so unfortunately I cannot do it. Okay, give me one moment, please. Give me one moment, please. Forgot to do one thing. There we go. All right. Anything else sneaking in here? I'm not going to worry about this, or not worry about it, but I'm not going to talk about this silly MLGO. I mean, it may do something, guys, but that was just ridiculous what happened with this one yesterday. MLGO, a so-called spin-off from WIMI, the $1 stock. So it goes to 70, whatever it got to, 71.50. Well, I'll say this for the KYMR, it is holding. It's holding. It's not jumping around too much. I'm still leaning towards a short in this KYMR. There are lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so that's not an issue. Yeah, I do see this SPRC. Yeah, we're seeing these companies, they come out and say A, we've done something with Costco, or B, something with Walmart, or C, something with Amazon, and I guess D, something with Microsoft. And they're eye-catching headlines, but usually they don't amount to too much. I'm not saying going forward they won't help this company, but on a intraday basis, I just find that they just don't. Yeah, so I mean, you put Amazon in the name here, non-binding agreement to acquire, and I'm not trying to dismiss it. I mean, I'm sure this company is doing the best they can, but to acquire 50% of a company that owns an Amazon top-selling brand, I mean, but you stick Amazon in the name in the press release. Who is level two? Somebody changed their name to level two. Oh, from Zach to level two. Okay. Okay, I'll get used to that. That's gonna be tough for me, Zach. You've been Zach to me forever. Okay, QS. Yeah, QS had a downgrade from Goldman today. Lifetime low. Okay. Maybe it's the dawning of a new era for you. Well, level two, Zach. I'll call you Zach, okay? You're gonna be for a while anyway. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then yeah, Show More. Sector status. All right, so here's what we're looking at. So these are the major sectors. So I always like to start off with energy. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So that 100% in green, what does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what it means. So what, 10 minutes, 8 minutes before the market opens, this is what we're looking at. So is there any other strong, I mean, obviously energy is by far, as we speak, the strongest sector. Retail at 65%, technology 50%. So there's really not, I wouldn't say there's another very strong sector. But anyway, energy is where it's at right now. Of course, this can all change once the market opens. Okay. Now, this is where I ran into trouble yesterday with our charts. And I'm wondering, okay, so far. Okay, so XLE, what I like to do is just show in relation to the 200-day moving average where these major sectors are. And again, you can see that XLE was creeping down. That's that green line. That's the 200-day moving average. It was creeping down towards it. But last couple of days or 3 days, we're starting to move away from it again. Take a look at retail, XRT. Retail was, yeah, so yesterday it popped above it, but then remember we had that big sell-off. And so it actually closed below the 200-day, and now it is below the 200-day again as we speak. Consumer staples, XLP. All right, there it is. There's the 200-day, so it's still above it. Trying to move away from it a little bit. Healthcare, XLV. Okay, XLV, again, a nice day yesterday, trying to keep above it, trying to move away from that 200-day moving average. Industrials, XLI. Okay, another one moving away from the 200-day moving average. Financials, always an interesting one. XLF, financials. So you can see what happened. Until yesterday, it looked like we were going to break that 200-day moving average. On these daily candles, we're just sitting on top. But yesterday we had a little bit of a breakout, but we'll have to see what happens today. But we're very close to that 200-day moving average for financials. Discretionary, this is one that probably won't even show up again on the chart. Yeah, so the 200-day moving average is way up here, 155. So it is still, even though it tried yesterday, remember what this means. It did get up to 144, but it's sold off. Materials, XLB. Yeah, still above that 200-day. And here are the bad, well, especially XLC. I mean, I guess consumer staples and XL and communications, the two worst ones. Again, you can't see the 200-day is 56, so it's up here somewhere. And then now XLK tried. I think we were almost there yesterday. Yeah. See, we were through the 200-day moving average yesterday, but we closed down below it. But we're right around it, 136.84. So we're at 135.43. So right in the area of the 200-day moving average. So it'll be a big deal, I think. If this can take out that 200-day moving average and start to really move away from it for technology. XP continues down, guys, making all-time low after all-time low. This is, I think, due to this. It's a Brazilian stock, and so I'm pretty sure. Same thing with that. Why PBR is down. I'm sure there's probably this headline right there is probably affecting XP equally. And the QS, we got to, with the Goldman downgrade, lowered its price target from 8 to 5. So I mean, it's not that far away, but Goldman downgrade, all-time low now for QS. Yeah, 2 p.m. We always talk Eastern time zone. Okay. Anytime, well, I do anyway. Anytime we talk about a time zone, if I say 2 p.m., that's FOMC. It's always Eastern time. So we have minutes at 2 and then the discussion at 2:30. Okay, guys, that KYMR starting to slide just a little bit. KYMR starting to slide just a little bit. We have about a minute and a half to the open. All right, guys, we have less than a minute to the open, so I'm going to get rid of this screen, wait for the open. And typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle. Boy, this is, feel like taking this right now, the KYMR guys, but I mean, there's, no telling. I mean, it may just pop right back up, but anyway, I don't like to trade in the first 15. I'm gonna let things settle down a little bit. RNA is holding. RNA is holding. I think that's the one that was right near the 200-day, right? Yeah, so this one is near the 200-day. Well, it's about $1 away now. And here we go, guys. We are now open. Open, open, open. Okay, well, where do most of the community? I mean, we have two rooms going. Well, we have three, I guess. YouTube is modestly used. We have a main room, and then we're trying to switch over to Discord, but there's some, I don't know if we're going to be able to do it because of the limitation on how many people can actually see my screen. But you can post here, Mighty Scoo. I mean, you can post. I'm watching. I can see anything you're posting. Plug guys, I was hearing plug before. Yeah, plug, Plug. So you can see my screen though, Mighty Scoo. Want to make sure of that. You can see my screen. Obviously, you can hear me. Okay. Okay. RNA starting to give it up. Yeah, I mean, I know it gets confusing. So there are, what I try to do when I get questions in even in the YouTube room, I'll try to repeat the question so that, no matter what room you're in, look at plug guys, Plug. YMR is it's moving down, moving down, moving down. KYMR, I did not take it. I'm probably going to kick myself for not taking it, but I did not take it on the short. If you're wondering why I didn't take it, it's just because, I mean, it could still have popped up a bit, on the open, but I mean, it just looked like it's going to really fall. Look at the SPY guys, big green candle here, big SPY, 15-minute to start, big green candle. Why is it short sale restriction for KYMR? Why is that? Certainly above, it's not down 10%, so that's not an issue. Tons of shorts available. So why are you saying it's a short sale restriction? All right, guys, BIMI, BIMI. So they did have some news this morning. BIMI, 9% from the start of the race, and it won the race. So it won that first race. And it have a little bit of news, some kind of buying some hospitals or 3 hospitals, entered a deal for buying 3 hospitals in China. Okay, so that is BIMI, BIMI. Okay, the other one that is starting to fade is RNA. RNA is starting to fade also. RNA starting to fade also, along with the other one, the KYMR. And RNA, now that was close to that. It got close to the 200-day moving average. What was the news on this one again? I think this was, phase 1/2. But I thought if a stock was, yeah, I hear what you're saying. So KYMR was down greater than 10% yesterday, but I thought once it's positive today, that short sale restriction comes off. I thought if it was still negative, even if it was like down 1% or something, I thought the short sale restriction would still be on, but I thought as long as the stock was positive, so I'm obviously wrong. But what takes it off? What takes off the short sale restriction? It has to be positive for the whole day. And so it has to end positive. So even if it starts off positive, the short sale restriction remains. Okay. I think I may have known that, but am I waiting for BIMI to reverse? Not necessarily. It's just, first of all, see if it's even shortable for me. Yeah, there's very few shorts available for BIMI. I'm not necessarily waiting for it to reverse. I mean, first of all, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, so I mean, this could reverse it right off the bat. So I won't be seeing it. I won't be taking it. But I mean, it's got room. Obviously, if you look left on the daily chart, 443. So it still has some room. That's what traders are probably looking at. So well, I don't know if it's a troika, but Plug and Ballard are both up now, guys. Plug and Ballard. The other one that used to trade along with it was Fuel Cell, FCEL. FCEL. Yeah, so Fuel Cell Ballard, the other one, Ballard, BLDP. So these little fuel cell TV players are moving here, guys. Keep an eye on the RNA, guys. RNA had the pop up, but it's coming right back down. RNA. So something's happening with these fuel cell companies. Plug Power, PLUG. Take a look if there's any specific news to Plug, PLUG. UBS initiated Plug Power coverage with a buy target, a buy and a target of 26. I don't know if that's the only reason. And I say it's dragging the other ones up with it. But here's another EV play, guys. So Bloom Energy, BE. So maybe it's the entire EV sector. I did see XPAV had a downgrade this morning, I believe. Let's take a look though. Is XPAV? Yeah. So this is not moving along with it. Wow, RNA, guys. RNA is a nice collapse so far. Here's Lucid, guys. Lucid all-time low right now, all-time low, LCID. So the EVs. It must be a very specific segment of the EVs, not the car makers. Let's take a look at Tesla. Well, this one from yesterday, Lev, another one. This is an all-time low. I mean, it's pretty cheap though. I mean, in order to short it, pretty cheap. No shares available for me. I think they did I remember they did a financing yesterday, but Another just disaster. HLIT, guys, HLIT. This is on the move. HLIT now coming into maybe some resistance around that 1535 mark. Okay, so HLIT really had a little bit of action in the pre-market. Maybe the volume was so low because I didn't see it. That's probably it because it's traded 821,000 and it's 800,000 on that candle. So I wouldn't have seen it in the pre-market because the volume was negligible. Oh yeah, Ballard. Now Ballard, 601 is the next high looking left. It can get through that, then 630. Trying to see if there's any. Okay, so this is what it's all about. I figured it had something to do with the government. So they're all rallying ahead of the government EV tax credit update, which hired Monday after the Treasury Department is expected to issue guidance providing further details. Okay, is expected. So this is not a done deal. Okay. And I'm getting nothing so far in my 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. Nothing. Market is modestly positive. Nas is up a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's basically flat. And again, today is FOMC, 2 o'clock Eastern time, minutes, and then 2:30, they talk about it. Okay, anything, so the QS with the Goldman downgrade, let's see if QS is really moving, not much really. QS is not really moving. In fact, I had a pop, 681, came right back down, but this is an all-time low. QS is an all-time low. Yeah, so you're talking about this greenhorn right here, aren't you? That, the problem that we've got right now with this is that you can't pop the chat out. You can pop the video out. Okay, so you can have the video floating anywhere you want, but so I'm not sure that really helps. I mean, yeah, I see that chat is there, but is that really going to help? I don't know. But you can pop the video out. Now I know how I do it. I click on the trading room and I've already popped it out, but there's a little there'd be a little pop out icon that you can pop the video out. So like that. So there's the video that's been popped out. So you can place it anywhere you want. I think you can get rid of this also. I'm just kind of holding off because I'm not 100% sure we're going to be able to use Discord the way we want to. So look at BE. Holy smokes, I should have taken. That's my name, BE. Should have just taken it. Let me take a look at XP, see if XP is, yeah, see, XP had a pop. Interesting. PBR is continuing down. PBR is continuing down, I believe. Yeah, PBR is continuing down. IMMX guys, okay, and a little bit of a pullback down in 177, but it is still reasonably strong, climbing 40% on in-licensing potential blood cancer therapy. So there's your news on it. Very low float, 5.9 million in the float through the 200-day moving average. I'm talking about IMMX, okay, and if let's look left to see what sort of room it has. If I take a look at the weekly chart, it looks like there's a high of 245 kind of looming. 245. It looks like there's some resistance between here and let's say that 250 level for IMMX. What did it get to? In the pre-market, it got right to that level, 250. You can see got right out there. There's the weekly chart. This is around the 250 level on the weekly chart, and that's what it got to in the pre-market and just stopped. But stopped in its tracks. So all right, QS is just making new lows, marginally making new lows. It's a big float, 244 million in the float. So QS is starting to make new lows, all-time low. Goldman downgrade. So let me understand what you're saying, Greenhorn. It's an icon next to your shared screen. So you're not talking about that up here. You're not talking about that. I'm not sure where the icon you're referring to is. But Pepe will know. All right, guys, RNA. Well, RNA is actually popping again. Let's see if it can hold that. 815 rejects it. All right, the EAI's got a short on EH. Interesting. I can send my yes. Looking for an invite. There it is. There you go. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, IMMX is on the move here. Well, listen, if it gets through that 250, look out because I think the next high is around three something. So I'm not saying it'll get there if it gets right through that 250, but this is definitely trying to get through that resistance area. That's where it got to. IMMX, that's what it got to. Pre-market 250. You look at that weekly chart and you see action right around that 250 mark. It's just got to get through the high of the pre-market now. Okay, Mark is putting in a nice, so that first green bar, okay, that's that first 15-minute green candle, and then following up, we do have some topping tails though. Really watch this IMMX. I mean, the reason being, of course, is that float. 5.9 million in the float. Traded the float, what, about 4.5 times now? So, okay, so the question is, can I link strategy trade all to execute trades on my account? Are you talking about auto trading? This is a question from our YouTube room. Are you talking about auto trading? Which I don't agree with or don't recommend at all, but so can you hear me? Ray, I'm probably going to butcher your name. I'm sorry. Ryad. Raid. Question was, you can, you can only, you can auto trade. Again, I don't recommend it, but if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can auto trade either the AI or any of your strategies. Okay, I just don't recommend it. Airbnb on the way down a little bit, guys. AN, more expensive one, of course, but ABNB. Wow, RNA. I mean, that was You got out of that one. Somebody said they were shorting that one. You got out by now because that is a big pop now. That is actually a market high. Pre-market highs are 16, 17. Pretty impressive with that float, 49 million in the float. Right, okay. It is possible. Yes, it is. If you can hear me, can you hear me? It is possible only if you have, again, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room talking about automation. And so it is possible you need our premium service, you need an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account if you want to automate. Okay. I can give you a link, but it's a moot point if you don't have an interactive brokers account or E-Trade account. So who is your broker? Okay, so who is your broker? See, there's a delay on YouTube. That's the issue. Okay, so yes, it is possible to do it. Again, I do not recommend it, but if you're bound and determined, I'm going to give you a link called Brokerage Plus. Okay, the first video shows how you can connect to interactive brokers. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you use this window called Brokerage Plus. But you need our premium service for that too. If you want to do auto trading. Before I would do any auto trading with anything, either your strategy or, and this is a general statement, I know people are really wanting to, I'd love to say, listen, if auto trading were so unbelievably great, I'd do it. I would do it, believe me. But before you auto trade, either your strategy or the AI, okay, practice in our simulator. You can practice in our simulator. Okay, guys, I'm actually looking at this EH as a potential short. We have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I think a whole bunch just came free, 176,000 now. Yeah, I mean, if I could run this company, I would say no auto trading. I wouldn't allow that. I just wouldn't allow. But there, listen, there are people. If you want to auto trade your own strategies and you have back tested them and you're fully aware of the, what could not happen, fine, I suppose. But Yeah, look at the RNA, guys. So I know somebody was shorting that one, but look at the RNA. This is screaming higher. And this is getting close to that 200-day moving average. So what will happen there? Now that's on the weekly chart. Let me get my daily chart. Okay, so there it is. Look at this. It got very close. Hit a high 1623 is the 200-day. Airbnb on the way down. ABNB starting to move down. All right, guys. EH. Low yesterday was 952. Boy, if it ever takes that out, look out below for EH. Now, what is China doing? Not that this one really followed what was going on with China. So China is basically flat. And you know why I'm talking about EH? It's from the AI. I mean, it's an excellent trade from the AI. The entry was at, 1025. It's at 963 now. Yeah, I mean, isn't that amazing? I mean, this basically stalled. IMMX stalled right when I had my weekly chart up. You could see all the action right around 250. And that's basically, I mean, in the pre-market, it got to 250. It did poke its head up, by a couple of pennies above it, but just too much resistance around that 250 mark so far for IMMX. Now from yesterday, WVE from yesterday. I sort of missed this one. WVE. So remember, I was just saying a couple of minutes ago, maybe 5, 6 minutes ago, no 10-day daily breakouts or down. So now we're starting to get some 552 for WVE. Now it's 2577. There's a IMMX, which I thought would probably stall around 250. So far, that's true. And then the RNA at 1550. And it got up to 14. So not too bad here on the 10-day daily breakouts. I mean, this had some news, right? Yesterday, I think. So $7. So price. So we've got some price increase or price targets put on this one. $7 from 2 from Leerink. I think Wainwright also. Wainwright's got a buy from them too, so this is helping this stock. This is the one that did the, gosh, you know what? I should have paid way more attention to this. So this is the one that did the collaboration with GSK. That was in news yesterday. And this is tremendous follow through on that news. I should have been paying way more attention to this one to see if it would have a big follow through day. So yeah, Delta had a rally this morning. I noticed that one, updating their FY23 guidance. Okay, after most of the airlines just got crushed yesterday. I'd be looking to short this. I mean, 33.94 and 33.30. Looks like there's that's the resistance area, and that's DAL. Another one that had a good day yesterday, GRTS. It got up to 353, closed here at 312, so decent percentage sell-off. Still above that 200-day, closed above the 200-day moving average. This morning it dipped below, but now it's above it. GRTS, not a low float, 72 million. And I don't know why they're lumping it together with this headline about Moderna's. I don't know if they've got anything to do with it or have a similar drug. Yeah, somebody was mentioning Sophie in the pre-market, some insider buying. It's OFI. CEO buys $5 million in common stock. Yes, $5 million. Yes, not 5 million shares, $5 million. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. Boy, WVE. Definitely missed the boat on this one, WVE. Once I took out 5, it was, clear sailing. WVE. Okay, so CJJD, didn't they do a financing yesterday? Maybe they didn't. I can't remember. I thought CJJD might have done a financing yesterday. So of course this is a China stock. You know, a $2 stock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. Well, guys, classic reason why I always say look left, look left, look left. When you take a trade, if you're thinking about taking a trade, look at the IMMX, you know, looking left, probably, well, I mean, if you got in here, you know, at 2, sure. But if you were thinking about taking this trade around that 230 mark, 240 mark, you should not have taken the trade by looking left. Because you would have seen all that, not on, you can't see it on the daily. You'd have to expand the daily out, but get a weekly chart up, you would have seen all that potential resistance right around 250, which is exactly where it stalled. You know, we should be looking at this RNA, guys, if it takes out that 200-day moving average. And just, wow. Just as I was saying that, I think it did. Yeah, it just did. Just as I was saying that. The next high is 1724. I mean, there's sailing to 17. I'm not saying it's getting there, but if you look left, the next high in the daily chart is 1724. This is a very, very impressive move with 49 million in the float. Let me just do a check. I want to do a check at some other sites to see whether or not that is what most have for RNA. Yeah, so it's obvious that we're getting our data from the Wall Street Journal. Okay, so there it is, 49. But you know, it's all about the same, around that 50, you know, from 42 to 50 million. Okay, massive move through that 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching this RNA. I mean, if it takes us, you know, have to keep looking left, see if it takes out that 17. Where could it keep going to? So there's the 1724. There's probably is a 17. Well, there's 1685. Look at this. Look at this. So 1724 is the next high, and then after that, we were talking 1922 on the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's getting there. Just a massive move. This is another one, guys. Look at the SISI, SISI, low float China stock. I don't know if there's any specific news on this one. Had a good week last week. That's when it sort of started. 64-cent stock. Now at 230. A week and a half later. Wow. Just think, every time you see these sort of moves, you think, okay, is it over now? Is it over now? Is it over now? Is it over now? All right, guys, EH from the AI has performed. Only one alert today from the AI. And, you've heard me say I sort of like the ones that are under $20. I was actually stunned to see how many shorts there were available at Interactive Brokers. So there was your short entry. I didn't take it there, but this is moving down really well. And guys, I mean this could have a massive look underneath now. Next low is $7 or so. I was not worried, but I was wondering if it would take out that 949. So far it has. And again, I don't dwell on the AI. Not fair for those who pay for it, so I don't often show it, but I don't mind showing it after the fact. If you have the AI, this is what I would be doing. Just have this one window. The strategy trades all, and yeah, some days. And I heard yesterday, saying the AI having a terrible day, and the for me the AI is a watch list. Okay, so I can watch stocks, in a certain price range that I like. They may set up at certain areas for me. I don't blindly go into just because it says an entry. Look at RNA, guys. RNA, RNA. Wow. So it took out that 1724 like nothing. I can tell you how impressive a move this is with that float. 64% now with that float. Now, the interesting one is the KYMR. I mean, it had the drop, but will it stop moving down and maybe, people who are in the RNA, maybe taking some profit, maybe coming into this one, would have to take out, for me to get interested, it would have to take out the VWAP, 3285, 3285. So I'm going to stick an alert around that area. I know you're saying, well, wait a minute, that's $1.60 away. Yes, it is. But if it takes that out, I mean, it did get up to 40 in the pre-market. So, and it's the same sort of float as the RNA. Wow. I think I said 19 or something was the next. Is that right? 1922. 1922 on the weekly chart. I don't pay attention to the 200 moving average on the weekly chart, but it is through. Anybody who does, it is through that. Even Bivvy's getting into it, guys. Bivvy now. This is taking it. Wow, it took out yesterday's high. I'm sorry, I'm on my weekly chart. Yeah, so it took out yesterday's high, BIVI. Nothing stopping this RNA so far. Nothing. Again, guys, here it is. 10-day daily breakout, 1550, 1880 now. And moving. All right, guys. How's that WVE doing? That's still strong. It didn't really pull back that much. Wow, EH, guys, this is only one alert today so far from the AI. Awesome. There it is. 1025, 918 now, 10% gain. And still could be in for more. I mean, just look, there's the 200-day, 763. Now, 9 may stall it, the whole number, maybe psychologically may stall it. All right, well, so much for the Goldman downgrade for QS. QS is actually having a bit of a bounce here, guys. Not a bit of a bounce, it got down to 636, so pretty big bounce for QS. But it's been a fast morning. Speaking of WVE, guys, it just made another new high. I cannot chase this. Well, again, where could it go? Boy, I can't even see anything. So on the monthly chart, looks like there's a monthly high of 664 back in, what's that, July? No, sorry, August. How about September? September of 2021. RNA, guys, RNA is challenging 19 and the volume is picking up. That's the amazing thing. This will be the biggest volume bar. Let's get back to RNA. Look at the volume bar on the 15-minute. Look at that volume bar, the biggest volume bar of the day. Meanwhile, BE making another new high. Yeah, PJ, 2 o'clock Eastern time. That's the minutes. And then at 2:30, further fireworks when they discuss. Okay, so that's at 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. Doesn't affect, typically any of these sort of stocks. Oh, there's no question. The indexes go crazy. I'll put my SPY 1-minute chart up at 159. And then we'll see. Wow, look at GME. I mean, yeah, it's having a little pop, but wow, it's almost down to 20 bucks. Look at RNA now, 19. Great name for a drug company. I don't know what the R is, but nucleic acid, I remember, or ribo something or other. It's a big long name. I don't know if that's their name, but if you're a scientist, you guys know what RNA means. Oh, I love a little pullback here or something and for WVE. Now, don't scream at me if you're in it already and you're saying, no, Barry, no pullback. And here's your 20. Almost. There was your 20, almost for RNA, 1993. Yeah, I know. I read the press release, as best I could regarding RNA this morning. Bolstered by data on RNA therapy delivered to muscle. This is so behind the times now. Of course, shares up 33%. That was pre-market. And I always have to laugh. People say to me, why are you so interested in a stock that's up 33% in the pre-market? Because it can also be up 75% when the market opens. I mean, we don't know. So, I mean, since the open, RNA has had a huge, huge run. So yes, it was up from yesterday's close in a big way, but from the open, it's had a huge run. And I fully admit that I was looking at this as one of the potential shorts. I'm this, I would really, really keep an eye on KYMR. There's no way it's just going to hang here. It's either going to collapse or it could do a little move again. Man, got a couple of absolute screamers here, guys. WVE and RNA. The thundering hooves. You can't hear my dog anymore, I know. I call it the thundering hooves. guys, wow. I mean, this is highly selective today in terms of the types of alerts I'm getting. I have filters in here which prevent me from getting very many alerts, which of course is what I want. I don't want a lot of alerts. And then the AI is a different breed, of course. I have no control over. But man, I mean, you just had to look at this and look underneath and where it could go. So if you took this one, obviously be aware of that whole number. And I don't worry about the target. I mean, the target was hit. Who cares? Targets are, in my opinion, they're just artificial. Okay. I mean, if you're in this trade right now on the short and the target was 907, you don't get out just because, that's the target that's hit. If it's still working, stay in. Meanwhile, yeah, I just could not find my entry for WVE. I see what you're saying here, perhaps on that topping tail, and it moved back down here, but I could not find my entry anyway for WVE. Okay, it's going to be a long time before I'm going to be able to say level two, but Zach's bottoming play, bounce plays, is showing up in this one. Now, this is an energy. You know what? Let's just take a look at the, let's see, I'm going to go click on new, dot channel bar, and now we're going to take a look at the sectors, the major sectors change from the open, and let's see what sort of difference there is. With APA moving down like that, my guess is that there's no way the energy plays are all 100%. There we go. Look at that. Wow. Yes, they are 100% in the opposite direction. This is classic, guys. So if you were here in the room 10 minutes before the open, you know, we take a look at the major sectors and where they are in relation to yesterday's close. And so 10 minutes before the open, every single energy stock was up from yesterday's close. Look what's happened since the open. 100% of them are down that make up XLE from the open. I mean, that's it's a big switcheroo. And look at technology. Technology was, you know, I'm not saying I can't remember exactly what the percentage was, but 95% of tech stocks that make up XLK are up from the open. Communications, 90% up from the open. All these were well below 50%. So that's what's happened. But the big, huge, massive turnaround is energy. And that's at 10:30, isn't it, William? 10:30? 10:30, it's on 10:30 at Wednesday. They release those the inventory numbers, but this started moving before that. This one anyway, APA started moving before that. This was already in a downturn. Okay, guys. So that nine level looks like that is going to stop it for a while. I've certainly covered some of the EH, you know, that whole number. I mean, it broke through 10 not without too much difficulty, but that nine just kind of stopped it so far. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm gonna put myself on mute just for Right, guys, I'm back. Now, keep an eye on IMMX, okay? I mean, it may shoot, if it shoots right through that 250 mark again, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert at 253, see if it takes it out, because I can't remember now if it can take out that 250. I think it has a shot to the 3 level before it hits more resistance. Meanwhile, I don't know how tired RNA is. I know what you're trying to say there, Zach. And there are lots of shares available, yeah, for me to short, but holy smokes, this is just a massive move through that 20 again. Actually got up to over 21. I don't have a correlation, but I can actually go back. I mean, somebody if they want to, but this has got to be one of the bigger percentage moves with that sort of a float. I mean, 50 million in the float. I mean, it's not super high, but it's certainly not crazy low. And for it to move up 80% with that float, that is a big, 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 big move. Now I do see RNA just broke down below 20 again. And you're right. I mean, it at some point, short sellers are going to come in, but at this right now, and it might be now. I mean, you have some topping tails. Oh, Acer guys. Now Acer was a big one from a couple of days ago, and it's challenging. It is challenging that high of 362. Here's another one, guys. Another little bio. OCUL, just over 3. What's the volume like? Not bad. 500,000 shares so far. And what sort of room does it have? Looking left. Yeah, I mean 315 could stall it. I wish that weren't there. If it can break that though, 350 is sort of next if it keeps going. You are just hearing Charles on oil. Oh, you know what? I'm not hearing him at all. You know why? Forgot. Keep forgetting. to have him yakking at me. There we go. Where's another little one? Whoa, does it have some room maybe? Go to. Take a look at Go to, guys. GOTU. And let's take a look to see what sort of room this might have on the weekly chart. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. 220 is the next high. So it's got a little bit of room. Some of these are just coming out of nowhere. 150, 140 million in the float, so it's not a low float situation. I think he's a guy from Benzinga, Mighty Scoo. Okay. He's a commentator from Benzinga. Boy, this again, guys, KYMR. It's just I refuse to believe it's going to stay here for the rest of the day. I mean, it's just granted, it's just sort of drifting down and down. Volume is just completely dwindled. That is KYMR. Ooh, 10:45. Okay. Well, you know what that means. Let's talk a little bit about my homepage. Who's buying RNA when it's so high? Yeah, traders. See if it goes any higher. It's that simple. I mean, as I said before, I'm sure people thought it was over here, over here, over here, over here, and it may be over. I don't know, but all these levels, you probably kept thinking can't go any higher. I mean, it's already up at this point. This was probably up 40%, and now it's up. I mean, this wouldn't surprise me if at the end of the day, at some point during the day, maybe it gets to be 100%. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So scroll down a little bit, and here is a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have 4 plans. We have annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference between annual and premium is the AI. Only one alert today, but it was a great one. Short EH at 1025. Okay. Only one alert today, but that's the big difference. You do not have to take an annual plan to start. Certainly, I would probably not do it to start. You got to know you want the program. So you can try us on a monthly basis. Standard premium 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any point, though, if you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. So if you take out a monthly and then you want to go to an annual, we will honor the 15%. Getting started with trade ideas. You must do this before you do anything else. Okay, the download and installation for startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Okay, it is a software program, so there is a little learning curve. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. It is free. Trade of the week. That is sent to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free also. Let's see what QFIN is doing. I know it triggered yesterday. Let's see what happened. Yeah, so what was it? 18, what was the trigger? 1840 or at any rate, how you trade it, of course, is up to you. MP, okay, let me try to answer your question. This is in our YouTube room. What we don't have, when you say strategy integration with Lightspeed, are you talking about trading from within, like using this Brokerage Plus window or auto trading? You can't do it with Lightspeed. So, so there's nothing, if that's what you're talking about. Here's the education section. If it's something else, just post. Here is our user guide. There's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what stock racing is all about. Okay. Obviously, we have more in the guide. You don't have to learn everything in the guide. The next step probably is, putting price alerts on charts and maybe sound alerts, on the various windows that you may have. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So today is Wednesday. So today it should be Jamie. Should be Jamie in our YouTube room. Okay. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And again, because it's Wednesday, it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Jamie if you'd like to. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. We have more educational videos about trade ideas. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, great free resource. Okay. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Last, my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. These are the two races that you see. Okay, right here, the biggest gainers from the open, large cap gainers from the open. I've showed you my 10-day daily breakout. There's nothing in the breakdown today on the downside. So here are the scans that I am sharing. And last, if you are going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage and then my promo code. The room will get credit for the sale. And as I always say, yes, I get a little piece of it. Okay. So save my link for that. But not only that, my scans are here. I do change them up from time to time. And again, all the education is here. I've tried to put virtually everything that I think most people want to know without having to go to our website and try to find it. Okay. So I guess I answered your question, MP. Yeah, there was no integration like you're talking about. If you're talking about using Brokerage Plus or auto trading, you can't do that with Lightspeed. Only E-Trade or Interactive Brokers. And we have no plans to do Lightspeed. Not that we don't want to, it's just that it's a real API issue for a lot of them, and it's just that we'd love to have integration with every single broker out there, but it's not as easy as just snapping our fingers. Is my mic off? My mic is not off. I don't think it's off. I'm looking here. Mic icon is on, so I haven't muted myself there. My mic is definitely on. Let me make sure in the other rooms, you guys can hear me. The mic is on, so. Okay, yeah, must be on your end, Mighty Scoo. All right, here's a cheapie for you guys. ASPU up 50%. It's actually an earnings play. At earnings after hours, ASPU. All right, guys. So let me just continue. I'm fascinated by this KYMR. Look, look what it's doing. It's just sort of nestling underneath 31, just inching down a little bit. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, before people say, well, wait a minute, I thought you said you can only use Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. No, it doesn't matter who your account is with, but if you want this feature that we call Brokerage Plus, and you want to trade from within Trade Ideas, yes, you need an IB or E-Trade account, but doesn't mean that's all it is, though. It's just a feature, it's an option. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. Okay? So again, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, I showed you that I am sharing a lot of my scans. We also have a lot of scans from our toolbar. If you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. So here's a momentum channel as an example. So every channel, it's a layout, and it has some scans in them, some charts. Okay, so here's CASA. Here you go, CASA. Kind of an interesting one. Let's see, what sort of room does it have? So CASA made a new high at 1056, new high for the day, with the filters because it met all the filter requirements. So what do I mean by that? So for any scan, including mine, and any scan that you see, if I right-click, configure, and click on summary, that is going to tell me what this alert window that we've put together is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. These filters are the screening aspect. Lots of screeners out there that we compete with, but we also have the real-time alerts. So that's the scanning aspect. This is the screening aspect. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. This is kind of the key one. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. Okay. So when you get an alert, first of all, if all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get our real-time alert. That's why we're just seeing SPRY coming in. Okay, let's just do a little check. Okay, and then at that point, SPRY just made a new high up here. And if we'd had a 5-minute chart or a 1-minute chart, we would have seen a volume spike. So if you like this, if you're looking at this and going, you know what, I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout. Well, you can do it. So if you right click, and all I'm showing you now is if you go to the different channels, how you can extract a scan that you might like. The first thing to do really is though to take a look at it, what it's looking for. What is the scan all about? People ask that all the time, and it's really, well, I shouldn't say simple, but all they really have to do is right click on the window, configure, and then summary. And it'll show you what it's looking for. And if you like that concept, great. You right click, and then you duplicate it into a free floating window, which by doing that, you're taking it out of this layout, and it popped up in one of my other monitors, and here it is, free floating. Okay. And now, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, in other words, well, again, if I look at this and click on the configure and summary, if you like the price range, if you like, the volume and all that, then you can save it to your cloud. The only step I would do before you do that is right click and go to symbol linking and change it to link to all from the dock window. Okay, change it to link to all. The reason you do that is because typically you're going to have your own chart, excuse me, your own charts in your layout. And of course, when you click on an alert, you want them to load into your charts. If you don't change this from the docked window, because what it's doing right now, it's if I click on an alert while I'm in this channel, it'll load in these two charts, and that's it. So if you have other charts, it's not going to load into them. So that's why you have to do that one step, link to all. Okay. So the only imbalance, and I think I have a question here. The only imbalances, I haven't really looked at imbalances in a long time because trade ideas get opening and closing indications on price and volume with imbalances. Just give me one moment. So if you like this exactly the way it is, or you can make a change, of course, maybe change your price range if that's what you want to do. But if you like it exactly the way it is, then you just save it to the cloud. Right click, save it to the cloud. So the concept, all I'm really trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels. You can see some scans that we've created. If you see something that you might like, you save it to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, file, load from cloud, and you will see them. You just highlight, load. All this is in the guide, guys. I'm just trying to give you a brief overview. The only thing I want to caution you on, though, is don't overwhelm yourself with all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows. You'll click like mad on symbols all day long and get nothing done. Okay. Well, why I like this? I'm trying to show you this. Here we go. Get very few alerts. Oops. I try to construct my scan so I get very few alerts. I'm not overwhelmed. Okay, by all the, having. I mean, somebody emailed the other day and said I'm getting too many alerts. Well, there's an easy fix to that. Of course, is you put tougher filters in place. So for instance, in this one, I've got a current volume of 8. That means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal. I mean, that's you're not going to see too many situations like that, but that's what I want. Because if you're intraday trading, you want to see stocks that are having abnormal activity. Okay, now as far as imbalances goes, this is all we've got as far as I know. I right click, I'm going to do a search. I'm going to type in imbalances. Yeah, and this is at the end of the day. So this is all we've got. Okay, Stephen. I know this is at the end of the day. Buy and sell imbalances for New York. That's it. So not on the opening. Okay. I've never used this, so I don't know if anybody in the room has ever used this, the buy and sell imbalances, but so hopefully that answers your question. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right. Now let's talk a little bit about the racing, okay? And why I think if you're new to trading, okay, guys, now this is starting to drift here a little bit more. KYMR. This looks like it's not going to pop out of here and start to challenge. This looks like this is kind of over now. So the racing, if you're new to trading, trading can be overwhelming, and you might be looking at all sorts of different symbols. As I tried to say, I want to caution you from having too many alert windows. The reason why people have so many alert windows is because they don't want to miss any sort of setup that's known to man. Okay, really, that's what it's all about. And you've got to have some kind of a trading plan. And don't worry about all the things that man, I'm missing this one, I'm missing that one. Stick to your trading plan and find the things that you're always going to miss things. There's no way you're going to be able to see absolutely everything. Yeah, unless you have 100 alert windows. Or so I'm just trying to really hammer the point home that focus is such a huge part of trading. So the racing really helps you to focus. Why? Every race starts off from a top list window. Okay, now I'm sharing these two. So of course you can construct your own top list window. So before we had racing, the use of a top list window was basically to rank, just to rank. So in other words, if you wanted to find out the stocks that were up the most for the day, if you had that as a column header, and right there, it says the change from the close percent. If I double left click rapidly, it's telling me RNA is up 72% from yesterday's close. IMMX, 60%, etc. Nice to know, maybe. Change from the open, though. That's what I like to look at. So the change from the open, RNA is 26%, WVE, etc. Again, all well and good, interesting information to know, but how are you going to use it to trade? For instance, RNA is at 25.5%. I guess if you stared at that and it started to move to 26, 27, sure. More importantly, though, what if something down here like BE, 7.5%, but what if BE, for whatever reason, starts to just take off? You'd never be able to know that. BE at 7.6%. What if all of a sudden it's now 8%, now it's 10%, now it's 15%? Okay, so that's what the races do. The races will catch the stocks that are moving. Because they all start off at the same, just like any race. There's a starting line, and I run 4-minute races. So when the race begins, all stocks are basically the same position. Okay, whatever stock is moving the most, you will see. So in this particular case, as long as the stock is between $1 and $50 and up, traded at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close, if these filter requirements are met, then any stock meeting those filter requirements and is moving the most, you will see in this race right here. So right now, Since this race began, remember it's a 4-minute race, and we're a minute and 15 seconds into it. CABA has moved 1.61%. It has moved the most since the race started. Now, obviously, over the course of the race, you're going to get jockeying for position. You know, CABA right now is at the top, but just been replaced by WNW. So you can click on it, see what's happening. You can see what happened. There was a bottoming tail, and then it started to move. Okay, so that's what the racing is all about. But more importantly, is that it also creates a top 10 watch list for you automatically. And it's created in that the number one position will be the stock that won the most races. So IMMX has won 6 races, WVE 4, etc. So this gives you a list of stocks to concentrate on. Now the other thing is you don't have to wait for the stock for the stock to win a race before you click on it. If you see something moving, click on it, see what it's doing. You know, it may be setting up in a pattern that you might like. And this race, it's similar. The only difference is, well, it's a big difference. I've added a 500 million minimum market cap, okay, and a 50 million minimum float. So you're not going to see stocks here typically that are going to have the big percentage moves. This is a lot more volatile. Yeah, wonderful when they go up, not as good when they go down, you know, but they can be very volatile. This will not be as volatile. So, you know, two styles of trading, if you will. If you were just starting out trading, you know, you may want to concentrate on this one because again, not as volatile. Yeah, these look more exciting, but you have to understand how they trade. And you can practice trading using our simulator. Okay. Now, again, the racing and the simulator, Brokerage Plus, is only available for using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, unfortunately, it's not available. Okay. And the simulator is very simple to use. You click on New, click on Brokerage Plus. This window will show up. You may have different column headers, but the concept is the same. It'll say not connected. If you look beside the ask, there'll be a box that says not connected. You click on sim for simulation trading. That not connected will change to account. And then once you changes to account, then you click on it and simulated trading default will show up. So why are we seeing this one here, GROM? This is always demonstrating how you can take a trade. And if you don't get out of the trade by the end of the day, it becomes a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading. Now, one of the things is that it uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. If you're looking to, you know, practice trading, all you need from us is our standard service. And then you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data. Because again, you may be undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading. And I cannot emphasize enough, practice trading before you commit money to the market. All right, guys. So again, if you have any questions, don't be shy. Okay, guys. So let's take a look at Go 2. Go 2 had a little bit of a pop, but not much. It's starting to pull back a little bit. Let's see if it holds 2 and then moves again. Go 2 meaning GOTU. All right, KYMR at 30 now. At 30. Okay, guys, 11:15. So be taking my break in about 45. But VWAC moving higher for some reason. Okay, just taking a little peek at the meme stock, see what they're doing. Nothing, 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 nothing. Okay, so I am actually short KYMR, and I had no problem getting a fill. None. I mean, that 10%, I mean, it may, but I had no problem getting a fill. The uptick rule did not affect me at all. No, that doesn't mean just because, we have an uptick rule, and sometimes you're right, I can get an instant fill even if a stock is down 10%. But there was no problem getting a fill on that KYMR. I'm just underneath 30. If it gets over 30 again, I'm out. I was more interested to see if the uptick rule was going to nail me. Yeah, so I'm just watching it around 30 right now, see if I'm going to take myself out of that short. That's the KYMR. Just needs to really leave 30 behind. So Stephen in YouTube, did that answer your question? You know what we haven't had very many of today? Halts and resume. So this one is, okay, was this really an IPO today? Okay, making its debut on NASDAQ. Okay, I guess this is an IPO. RAYA, guys. I don't know, CASA or CAM. Do you know what the structure was? How many shares and what was the projected open? Obviously, this is not working out well right now. Yeah, I'm reading your thing, North. I mean, listen, I am never going to say to people, don't use RSI, don't use MACD, don't use stochastics, don't do this, don't do that. You know, if a person can find a way to use all those and put them all on a chart and you can find a way to trade, great. I, like probably every other person, just give me a moment, please. Okay, so I will never say to anybody, you shouldn't do this. Like if people can find a way to use an indicator and it makes sense to them, great. However, what North you were saying, you know, too many indicators can just bog you down. You know, you get too confused about what is that one telling me? What is that one telling me? What is that one telling me? You know, I am not an indicator guy at all. I have very, very, very few, but that's my style. Thank you, Casa. So IPO $4, 3 million share. Oh, and it's China. Interesting. Aha, remember this one, AMAM. This is sort of crawling back a bit. Come on, KYMR, break down or get me out of this trade. GRTS is just made another new high, guys. GRTS, the high yesterday was the 352, so it's right there. GRTS, right at the high of yesterday. Just give me one moment, please. I thought that was it. I thought it was really start to move down. KYMR. So watching that bid ask start to move into the low 80s. Come on now. Yes. Keep moving into those low 80s. 80, 81 now. Here we go. Here we go. And here we go. Yes. Look at that move down now for KYMR. How does the paper count work? No, well, so Brian, no, it uses our real-time data. It uses our real-time data. Okay, so when you click on, can you see my screen? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Any info on how the paper account works? Does it come with a platform like Sterling Trader, or do you need to have your own to buy and sell? No, it uses our real-time data. Okay, so when you click on an alert, if you can see my screen, and you can see, hopefully you can see the box here. Well, I don't have it connected. Just let me connect. Okay, I got to keep an eye on this KYMR. Give me a moment, okay? I wanted to take some off, but maybe not, maybe not. Okay, so Brian, can you, first of all, can you hear me and can you see my screen? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Come on, the ask just catch up to the bid for the KYMR. Okay, so if you can see my screen, yeah, you just click on an alert, and if you can see this window, this brokerage plus window, when I clicked on the alert, it shows up here, game. Now you just pick how many shares you want to trade, where you want to get in at, and click the buy and send. So it's using our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. It doesn't link to a broker at all. It's using our real-time data. Okay? So that's how it works. Pretty simple. All you need is our standard service. Wow, look at this market, guys. We're in a in advance. Now, the market is thinking 50 points, right? If we get 75, look out below. I doubt we're going to get a 75-point rise, 70 point or 75 basis point raise in interest rates. We'll find out in about 2.5 hours. So the market is looking for 50. Boy, look at the run rent has had since its earnings. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 5 days ago, this was a $1.30 stock. It had earnings on the 7th. So there was a reaction. You would have thought, okay, great. and it just has kept going. And the high was 242, 363 now. This is rent. All right, guys, so I've covered some of that KYMR. I'm holding on just in case it has that, what I will call the utter collapse. Okay, so CJJD as an example. So here it is in your watch list. Okay, call this your watch list. So you click on the symbols periodically and see what's happening. Now for me, I look at the CJJD and you can see the VWAP is at 689. Okay, so it's basically trying to hold the VWAP. Have some bottoming tails there, meaning, the sellers tried to knock it down 3 times in a row on the 15-minute chart, but the buyers closed it higher. You can kind of see, the way I look at it anyway, if it can break over 7 again, it could have another run. Not 100%. There's no certainty, of course, but put a price alert there, see if it happens. And because, it got up to 760. So that's another, a way to use this watch list. Just because something hasn't won a race in a long time, don't give up on it. Just take a look, put some price alerts areas where you think, where you might want to be interested at certain price areas. There is no level 2 for okay. We don't have level 2, Brian. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so see what happens, CJJD. Now, if this were short, it is shortable. It is shortable. Not very many shares at Interactive Brokers, but it's trying to break down now below that VWAP. And so, this in theory could become a short play. The it may get down to that 6 level. Okay, guys, go to on the move again. GOTU on the move again. Bear Killer. Hi, Aja, in our both rooms, HROW. Is this a, give me a moment. Okay. Sorry, guys. All right. DWAC gains as Trump says he will make a major announcement on Thursday. Okay. A major announcement on Thursday. What's today? Wednesday? Okay, guys. Well, okay, the KYMR continues. Yeah, I'm not a big level two user, and that's not the reason we don't have it, Brian. Okay, but I mean, listen, I know there are level two users, and if you can find a way to make level two work for you, great. I've just found that too many games are played. I think on maybe the cheaper stocks, they may have some more relevance. At least that's what some have told me. But I just found it just doesn't help me trade. But again, if a person like I know level Zach, new level two, he obviously uses it and he finds a way to make it work for him, and that's great. Anyway, HROW. Yeah, this is sort of interesting. I didn't see this one in the pre-market. The reason being it didn't have enough volume. It's an all-time high. HROW, yeah, all-time high. Yeah, listen, Zach, level two. I am not saying that, if you find a way to use level two, great. Now it's through the 200-day, or not the 200-day, the VWAP. Very important, of course, or it can be important. I don't want to say very important, but it can be important through the VWAP, 1817. So it's sitting on our line is a little bit higher than that, but VWAP is 1817. Now it's through it. To me, I wouldn't have needed level two. I wasn't paying enough attention to that. I would just been looking at these topping tails and saying, okay, let's do it. So this is actually an earnings play, guys. Very few earnings plays. This is a BRZE, an earnings play released after hours yesterday. Here's the mauve area. Not a great reaction in this morning, but it's trying to come back. What's the volume like? The volume is not good. ELYS. Let's take a look at ELYS. I don't see that one showing up anywhere. It's probably under a dollar. Yep, under a dollar. Oh, I remember seeing this one in the past. Give me a moment, guys. And and Shady is completely right. Finding tops, finding bottoms is not easy. Now, some have a knack for it, or they have, a different type of a style, okay? But it is not the easiest thing to do. In retrospect, you always look and go, "Oh man, how come I didn't short this RNA when it was up at 2180? It's at down to 1775." I would call, and as Zach has said many, many, many times, yes, he's got his bouncers and toppers. I have this here. This is for expert traders only, in my opinion. Even myself, I mean, I struggle to try to find a top or a bottom and try to play it that way. Okay, there's no question. It's not the easiest thing to do. So Shady is completely correct, but it's difficult to not do it when you see sometimes the results. And it's that FOMO, fear of missing out on some of these things. I get it. I mean, I took that short on the KYMR. Now, that's nothing to do with Zach Scan. This is more me, though, thinking 30 is a psychological number, broke through, okay? And just didn't seem to be any interest in buying this. From here on, it's just dwindling down. So yeah, I took it, but I wasn't trying to play a top here, and I have a tight stop on it, so I know I kind of know what I'm doing. I'm not going to always, money management is so critical, so I'm not going to get killed on the trade if it doesn't work for me. Okay, guys, what time is it now? It is 11:44. Wow, already. So I'm going to make sure is Jamie in about 15 minutes into our YouTube room taking over for me. All right, guys, I'm done with the mainly because I'm going to be taking my break soon, but I'm done with the KYMR. What I'm going to do now with it is to take a look at the low that it made and see if it takes that out later on, which is 20, almost got down to 29. So I'm going to stick an alert there around 29.20 and see if it takes that out later on. So here's the good with the bad on the AI. So 11:30, I didn't even know that AI had a long for RNA, and of course it went the other way. But you always have a stop. Now that is okay. That's insane. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Another cheap one, guys. VNTR, another sub $1 stock. Okay, so this is an earnings play, guys. MITK earnings after hours today. After hours. Okay, MITK. And it's through the 200-day moving average. That's MITK. Not a lot of volume for an earnings play. This is not a lot of volume. Okay, it is Jamie. Okay, just confirmed it's Jamie in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. Okay, just give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in. And you can head over and listen to Jamie while I'm on my break between 12 and 1. Just give me a moment. I'll get the YouTube link in. And I'll get my announcement up. Remember, fireworks at 2 o'clock Eastern Time, FOMC, and a follow-up at 2:30 with the discussion. So I'm still here again until Jamie shows up. CABA's been interesting, guys. So CABA, CABA, had a nice run. I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. So they announced a $35 million offering. That was on the 8th. So that has been, I guess, digested. And now having a nice little move here for CABA, CABA. Now, I mentioned this Bivy before, BIVI. Yeah, man, look at this. It was just over 10, I think, BIVI. Okay, maybe XP, I don't know. There's the, yeah, the VWAP is down here. This was one that I was really looking to short earlier. As an all-time low, but it actually popped up, maybe starting to come down, but the VWAP is there. That might derail it. So I'm going to forget about it. James, just one moment. James, let me put myself on mute in the other rooms. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself in Discord and also in the other room, the main room. So I'll see you guys about 1 o'clock. Morning, Jamie.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello, Barry. Happy Fed Day.
Happy Fed Day. Yeah, fireworks at 2 and don't forget at 2:30.
Yeah,
So
he's gonna comment.
yeah, he's going to comment on the commenting on the commenting. So yeah. Just before I leave, are you good to go to 1 or do you have to leave early?
No, we're good to go to one.
Okay. All right.
Let
You
me.
sound way better, my friend. Way better.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty much. What's weird is I don't know. It just lingers. Whatever this thing is going around, but yeah, I'm
Mhm.
I'm I'm back in the saddle.
Yeah, good for you. Okay.
Oh,
Well, I
thank
know
you.
because you probably took some what do you take when stuff like that hits you, right? You're sort of a more of a homeopathic type, aren't you?
Well, I will dabble with the Claritin D because that really
Oh, okay.
helps clear things up.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty
Letting all this.
convinced it's just the fall allergies.
Yeah.
What's weird is, they say when you relocate somewhere, it takes about 4 or 5 years, and then you develop allergies, right? Well,
Oh,
I've been
interesting.
back about 4 years, so Texas is like, hey, we remember you.
We remember you.
hmm
You thought
We
we
got
forgot about you? Nope.
we got some presents for you.
Yeah.
Okay, my
Okay, I'll let
friend.
you go.
All right, we'll see you in about an hour.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye bye. Okay, everybody, welcome to my desktop. As you just heard Bear and I speaking about the Fed interest rate hike today, of course, we all think it's going to be about a half a point, but you never know. But it should stimulate a little bit of activity. How much activity is up for grabs, but we'll see. But one thing you can be sure of right now is everything's pretty dead, including the old SPY here, posting these well below volume numbers on the smaller time frames. Tell you what, let me get my pen in case I need that. Hello, Iris. So the word for today that I've been having to repeat to myself is restraint, because a lot of the things that I was thinking about hitting today, they did what I thought, but only by about 2 pennies or so, and then they roll right back over. Um, Managed to scrape out a little bit, but pretty much put on the brakes after the first hour or so. But I did hear Barry referencing the AI trade in RNA. You might notice I've got a 1 minute chart up here. And this is where RNA caught my attention right here. Is this nice little opening range. And then it was cracked right here, right about that 15-16 level. Nice little push up, another little consolidation area here as well. And then boom, off to the races on this one. Not a bad move. Of course, Holly, the AI, decided to take a poke at it right here after this little consolidation area and was in the money briefly, but folded right back over. And the trade was closed out on a profit save, as you can see right here. Stop area is pretty far away, but that's a nice juicy stop. But the AI closing the trade out right about here. This goes to show you timing is everything. Every trade's a winner, every trade's a loser. It just depends on the timing. But to her credit, EH, what a beautiful short entry that we had up here at 10:25 shortly after the open. And let's see here. Opening candle here. Nice little run up from 985 to 1052. about a quarter from the top there. I really like the looks of that setup. Just worked beautifully. And the target was hit. So all in all, the AI about flat on the day. If we look at all the different risk modes here, on a 100 share lot, down 13 bucks, a little bit more risk, about $55. Kaba. Barry was talking about this one. Nice little uptrend, a little on the thin side here. What do we got for shares? 352,000 thus far. Of course, relative volume on a lot of stocks is well below normal. Even my thick volume with a high frequency on the 5-minute, we're going to get little things like this SNTI doing some volume, but not really going much of anywhere down here at the bottom of its range. MLGO, pretty much the same thing. Looks like this one is a recent, let's see here. I don't get any profile here. I don't know if that's a SPAC or just a new issue, but I'm only showing 2 days there. Yeah, well, you got to be kidding me. Let's look at this thing in a little. All right. Interesting. It looks as though it was an IPO, but boy, talk about crazy. I'm a little speechless on that one. And of course, Credit Suisse. The stock that everybody loves to hate, that is pretty much non-shortable just about everywhere as well. Maybe in a loan program. But every time I try to hit it, it's never shortable. Okay, looks like you guys are pretty quiet out there as well. Just remember, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you have been sitting on some questions about trade ideas or just anything in general, let me know. Or if you would like me to take a peek at a symbol on the chart and see what's going on there, just throw the symbol out there. Here is something that I did participate in. Pretty close to the open. I think it was about the 2nd minute. Just going to squish this 1-minute chart back up. Opening minute here, 2nd minute here. Now, where did I get this idea? What gave me the idea to short PAA in the 2nd minute of the open today and got a really nice little smooth move through a little curve here, but pretty much was in the money the entire time. Now, I was briefly chatting about this in the last support session that I did last Wednesday. And what I've done here is I've been getting a few good trades just about every morning off this little window here. Notice the title down min change in 1 minute. So if we take a look at the config here, weeding out the ETFs with the good old, right here with the EPS, just get the values in there to weed out the ETFs and iShares. But using the change in 1 minute filter here, saying, okay, the stock was not up more than a penny in the last 1 minute, which would be the opening 1 minute, the first minute that the stock opens. The stock was down no more, so not up or down more than a penny or flat. Okay, that tells me that the stock's not doing anything too crazy. And if it looks good, I might be able to take a short there, use the high of that 1 minute candle as my out, and usually it's pretty close, so the risk is low, right? So we can see right here on the PAA. Oh, well, I'll just go on to explain the rest of these. Pretty simple. Min max price here, no magic going on there. got to trade 2 million shares on a 3-month average, just trying to find the real thick ones, right? And also, change from the open, it's got to be down a smidge from the open. So let's take a peek here. We opened at 1191, and the low of that candle was 1185, right? I think I hit it around 1186 or 1187, risking about 4 cents on that one. So 4-cent risk around 11, let's just call it 1185, capitulated down to 1160. So risking 5 cents to roughly make 20, 25 cents. That's a nice 4-to-1 risk to return uh, on that R value that you're risking, right? So if we wanted to kind of visualize that, right at the high would have been my out or a penny above. So this is my risk area, nice and tight. And this is my reward area. So not too bad. And we all know the opening few minutes can be kind of nutso, right? So there are things to be gleaned from the open as long as you can know your risk and actually have a chance at adhering to it. You hear Barry talk about uh, a lot of these race stocks going these nice big rips on the open, but they can turn on you in the blink of an eye, right? And a lot of these things aren't real liquid, so to speak. Um, so you miss out on the big runners by sitting out the first 15 minutes, but you stay a lot more sane, right? So I'm thinking to myself, okay, on the short side, how can I participate on some of these down moves? But I want to make sure the stock isn't doing anything too crazy, right? It's kind of the antithesis where, in most of our races, like the two that I watch, two of my favorites, Dawn of the Dead and Positive Change from the Open, I'm looking at those 1-minute intervals for things that are really cranking to the upside. Whereas this is kind of the exact opposite. Want to find things that are decent short candidates on the open, but I want to make sure they're not acting too crazy and I can control my risk. So, of course, they're not all winners, but if they do stop you out, you lose small, and that is the key. So let's just go back down here. I tell you what, I'll duplicate this guy. And let's just take a look at the history today. In that second 1-minute period, I'm probably going to do this backwards. Yep. And what I haven't done is try to thin the names out because, check it out right here. 831, and I think that's all of them. Yeah, we don't have more. So let's see. I'm trying to find my PAA. Where is it? Or we just might have to do it the old-fashioned way. I think it cut it off a little bit there, so. Second. It might be way up here. Okay, yeah, it was way up here. All right. 1184 was the tick. And you can see right there with the arrow, right? Boom, short, worked pretty well. Ironically, that was the last one at that time, little time slice. Okay, thank you. All right. This one would have been obviously a loser. Price of 558. And the high of that candle right there was 61 cents. So that would have been a 3-cent loser. Yeah, I heard Barry's talking about his charts too. We just got a brand new dev build, and seems like the charts are a little sticky. Rad 443. Of course, don't know if that was on the way up or down. Kind of a non-event there. Eventually would have got you out. Okay, thank you, thank you. UMC, BBD. BBD. Had I seen this one, I probably would have hit it because this is one of my favorite low dollar stocks to trade. Ever since the Brazil, all the hullabaloo about the Brazil election, these things have really been in play. Not a bad one, but would eventually turned on you. Let's see here. And through this process, what I've found is there are some that I like and some that I just avoid. So at some point in time, more than likely, I'll develop a custom list that I point to this window because those stocks most of the time are going to do that thing that I like. But it's still a work in progress. Not bad on Fastly. But this is definitely the one that paid off today. Call it luck. It's the only one I was in today. Hey, Jonathan, how are you? I was like, holy mackerel, somebody used the chat panel. In the past couple of weeks, been getting some really good short ideas off of the down gappers, the ones that continue and have some relative liquidity to them, but pretty slim pickings today. Of course, a lot of those were tied to earnings, and earnings are just about petered out. These were the only stocks that made the list today. RevG looks like one of those stocks I was referencing that Barry always talks about. Nice run up and just a nice pullback and consolidation. Apparently the market liked the earnings. And how about barbecues today? Weber. Talk about a tight range. Relative liquidity in Weber. 3 times relative volume, but still kicking out a little volume at this point in time. Not quite 100%, but close enough, especially on a day like today. Might just have to keep my eyes peeled on that one. What do we got here? About a penny spread. Definitely low risk. The question is, will it get up and move? And we can see here, today we had earnings, but what was the news that caused this little gap up here? Been resting up there for 2 days leading into earnings. Interesting. One little stock that went to sleep, but it was really fun trading for a while. Let me just zoom out a little bit here. Purple had some really nice trending days. And then, of course, a nice trend to the downside yesterday. I got distracted. I'd been playing it to the upside during these 3 days. It's like, well, it seems like it's going to repeat this. And of course, how many? Let's see, we didn't engulf that candle. 1, 2, 3. Got 3 candles yesterday on that down move. But when this thing moves, it's pretty orderly. And purple trying to fight and gasp, but has certainly come off its highs quite considerably. Looking like a lot of other IPOs out there. 41, not quite a 10xer, but a 9 something. You'd be shocked at how many IPOs are exhibiting that same pattern. Speak of the devil here. Apron. Sure fitting. Oh my gosh. 160s residing now at 64 cents, right? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thunk it? How could Wall Street be so wrong? Kind of like Carvana. Okay. The hamsters really doing a number on me today. Okay. And hey, this pattern looks familiar. Who'd have thought that just, car vending machines wouldn't have really caught on that well? This one topping out in the 370s, down at 5, Blue Apron. These things are just all over the place. It's like when the deals are hot, I guess they just don't care if the company has legs or not. Just take it public, and put it out there. All right, so just taking a look at the questions panel here, still pretty quiet. That's okay. Got our normal crowd in here. Be very, very quiet. And this little guy's still doing a ton of volume, but not really doing much. Just kind of glancing over here, the time and sales. I guess it must all be trading on a dark book somewhere because I'm not seeing a lot of prints. No earnings. Not really any significant gap to speak of. A nice run, though. Must be news. Nope. Last thing was out was 3 days ago. But cranking out 3.4 million shares, and unless my metrics are wrong, still doing a ton of volume. Oh, look what's hitting highs right now. The little ape. Yeah. Of course, I typically never touch anything trading sub $1. But what are we at? 0.8827? It might have a half a penny in it if it wants to get to these pre-market highs, but clearly the trend is very much down in ape ever since the preferred came out. What do we top out there? 1050. And now residing at 88 cents. Needless to say, I'm not going to touch it. But only on a Fed day will you see things this quiet. Now this is, let's see here. This is one that I dabbled in earlier in the day. Got it off this little shelf right here. Got a nice little run up. But between VXRT and a few others, maybe I've traded 3 or 4 stocks this morning. Just not a lot going on. This one played really nice yesterday. From this little area here. Nice little march up into the close. And kind of maintaining that level right now. And I believe I got turned on to this one, I think, through my, or actually Andy's Dawn of the Dead top list. But here you can see one of the races, which this little guy was coming across a couple of days ago. So I'm like, this one seems to have orderly movement when it does move. It's relatively thick, which means, you can risk a very small amount and be in some decent size. All right, question coming through here. Yeah, Jeff, to your topic there on linking to think or swim. All right, I know exactly what you're talking about here, and it is kind of a pain. So let me show you what the deal is on that. Bear with me here. I got to flip desktops here. Okay. So here is a window from Thinkorswim right here. Just got a level 2 up. I've got a linked time and sales, right? So no matter what I type in here, it's going to automatically link here because I got the colors coordinated here. Okay, so BBD we have pulled up, right? So let's say I want to link to this. We're going to go external linking. We'll add the link. I'm going to hover right over here in the symbol field. I'm going to give the shift key a little clicky clicky. There, it's linked. Now we click use alternate method and then we click OK. And this, knock on wood, should get it done. So let's click on me over here. Okay, there's me. Click on PAA. The problem is when you might click on some other window. This is going to lose focus when you do that, okay? So it's still got focus, But let's say I click somewhere else on my desktop. Well, it seems to be maintaining focus now. And it's working pretty quick, right? So boom, boom. But through some other point and click, or you access another window, let me see here. What if I click on a browser and then come back? It's still got it. But at some point in time, what I've noticed is it will stop working, okay? And if it stops working, all you have to do is click back in that field to let it regain focus. And then when you click around, you're going to notice that it has focus. So, Jeff, let me know if that helps you out there. Because when it is, when it does have focus, it works pretty well. Of course, now that I'm trying to get it to lose focus, it's not doing it. Okay. And remember, it's the once you drop the link in there, where did I put my linking? It is use alternate method. Park that little guy back over there. One second, ladies and gents. Okay, Jonathan, let's see here. Sure, Jeff. Oh, wait. Yeah, Jonathan, I'll circle back around to you here in a second. Jeff, I'm just reading your comment there. When I tried it earlier, my whole screen just started doing wacky things. Ooh, that is weird. Yeah. Did you try it again just now? Did it do the same thing? And Jonathan, yes, I can explain. What I was going over earlier, well, assuming my charts decide they want to work. Okay, there they go. Okay, so we were looking at the history here of just the second 1 minute period. All right, not the opening 1 minute period, because I'm trying to find things with this window that in the opening 1 minute candle, the stock was very flat. It couldn't be up or down more than 1 penny. So it could be up a penny in the first 1 minute candle, down a penny, or flat. All right. But that tells me the stock hasn't done anything crazy in the opening 1 minute period. And if I decide I want to take a short on one of these guys in the second 1 minute period of the open, then I'll use the high of the opening 1 minute candle as my out. And usually I can control risk pretty well there. So I was telling the rest of the group um, what I saw this morning. And now I remember what, I saw these all just blurted out, and then I froze the window. And then I start perusing the values in the next high or low column here. So this is what stuck out to me. PAA has 18 cents of room if it decides it wants to go. All right. Doesn't mean it will go, but it's the same thing as looking to the left, okay, on the daily, except this is just giving me the straight up value because I'm using new low as the alert, and it'll feed me, exact opposite on the high side. When this little stock real was hitting a high at 156, according to the chart, it had 4 cents of room in it. All right. This is what caught my eye on PAA. Notice all the other values, the CENX had 14 cents in it. And, let's see, the second 1 minute candle. You probably would have got barely stopped out on that one before it rolled over. That's just the way it works sometimes. But on this one, which chalk it up to luck today, this was the only short that I took off of this scan, PAA, because the value here, let me flip back to 1 minute, and you can see how low the risk was. All right, opening 1 minute candle, we had a high of $1.91. I get the alert right here at $1.84. So that is a 7-cent risk right here that you see in the area right here. And then this is the reward area down here. And this one behaved very nicely. Now it's a little, even myself, I have a hard time keeping up with all the symbols here. I just quickly look at the larger values here. Hey, is this candle below the opening 1 minute candle, and is the risk acceptable? And in the case of PAA today, it was. And it, even better, it worked. So, okay, I was going to ask you if that made sense, Jeff, or Jonathan. I'm sorry. Okay, so Jeff, you got it working. Okay, great. Yep, it just loses focus. And so if you find it losing focus, just give it a click back into that field, and then the link should be reestablished. Let me show you something that was nuts today. Of course, I hesitated. I should have just taken a little. I think it was up here. Let's see, where did I see that? I want to say, yeah, I didn't have time to populate my list today, but I think it was from this window. Because that was it. That was right on the open, right? Oh, wait. Hello, Jamie. It'd help if you looked at the right day. I've been looking at 1 minute charts for so long. Okay. It was right here. Okay. Notice this was a breach of the range. I think the high here was 904, and we popped. Yep. That's it right there. 905. So I see Carnival going up. I see CCL hitting a high. I'm thinking to myself, it doesn't look too bad. And I see next high or low, if it goes, you might get 63 cents out of it, getting back up into this candle from yesterday. But I quickly slammed on the brakes because you don't see this very much. Well, I can't say if you see this much these days or not. I've only seen it about 2 times, maybe in the past month or so. It feels like the old school. It's like, oh, look, there's a 600,000 share offer at that level. And I'm like, yeah, I'll sit here and watch it for a minute. But in the blink of an eye, the 4 bids got knocked out, the 3 bids got knocked out, and it was to the downside. So, a lot of times you'll hear me say level twos are useless. But here's an interesting observation. It seems as though the industry, and when I say the industry, all the big retail firms that have embraced zero commission trading have kind of brought back some of the old school metrics that we used to pay attention to because they had meaning or validity. All right. Now, just because you see a big bid or a big offer on the level two Doesn't mean it can't magically disappear. Happens all the time. And then sometimes they actually affect the order flow. In the case of CCL today, it it threw cold water on it quick. Um, but in any case, I did not participate, and that's okay. All right, Jonathan, good deal. And what I need to do on this alert window here is I need to put in time filters. And what that would do for me is basically just create a list for me to take a peek at. And of course, this thing, all right, PEGY, I would have loved to have seen this. Probably as it broke that low right there at a buck 92. Ooh, it'd be up a big nickel. Um, but this is what's interesting here is we're getting down into this little gap right here. Interesting. Which, yeah, a $1.87 stock probably is not going to collapse a dollar right now, but it is interesting. Pineapple Energy. All the races. I remember when Peggy was coming through the races back here. There was a lot of fun upside in that little stock. Still doing some vol. Well, here's the strange part. Look at that relative volume number there. Look at the shares traded. 77,591 shares traded today. Yeah, I can almost assure you it's not going to do that thing. It's probably just going to stop cold here. Of course, anything's possible. Which something doesn't add up here. The stock is trading. It usually trades 7.35 million. I guess these 3-month averages are too stretched out because, check it out on the day here. 286,000, 221. So it's only kicking out 300,000 shares a day. So this is being skewed from all these big volume days over here. But hey, I'm not going to touch that thing with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, Red, what do you got? Let me have it. And while I'm waiting for your question there, I'm just going to pop in here. And it's been a very long time since I used the time of day filter. So we want to create a list for that opening 1 minute, and then we would stop, I do believe, 388 minutes before the close, since there are 390 minutes in a trading day. Let's see if I got that right. Well, apparently not. Between one, no, we want the reverse of that. So do I have to put a -1 in here? The alert occurred no more than 388 minutes. No. 1 minute after the open, at least 388 minutes before the open. That sounds right. No, I guess it's not applying it to the history, but it would just stop, right? It would blurt out all these stocks and then it would just stop. Have to watch it tomorrow and see if it functions like I think it will, but I think so. All right, Red, reading your question here. Okay, and the question is if a stock that doesn't typically get a lot of volume gets volume on news quickly on 1 minute charts, is it better to make an alert for that or a race or a top list? How would you do this? So what would you be looking for is a 1 minute volume spike. So we could try to address, gee, I wonder if I'm doubting very seriously that IQ is going to get any legs on that because K-Web's not doing anything, sitting here floundering around. So this thing's probably going to poke out a little bit and just stay there. Okay, so back to your question, Red. 1 minute volume spike. There's a lot of different ways we could try to tackle this issue. Now, I'm doing the same thing kind of, but I'm watching for stocks having 5 minute volume spikes over here on my top list. So let's just do this. Here's one way that you can approach it. Let's go in here and find, of course, in a top list, the 1 minute volume has to be done in a custom formula because the 1 minute volume filter is resident in an alert window, but not resident in a top list. So we have to create a custom filter for it, but that's relatively easy. So we're going to show the 1 minute volume column. We'll get rid of 5 minute volume. So here's one way to do it. And then we can sort by this column. All right, so obviously you're going to see correlations with the ones doing big 5 minute volume. So just keep in mind when we're using this type of filter for any of the volume uh, increases, it's a percentage filter. So 100 is normal, right? So real quick here, whether you're looking at the entire market with a filter set or you're looking at a custom list, you can easily see when something starts to spike on that 1 minute volume time frame. Now, is it going to be news related or not? Well, you'd have to consult the news for that. But a lot of the time, just keep in mind, by the time we see it, the move's already occurred. If it was news driven, because all kinds of firms have bots scanning for news that immediately act on that news. So that's why a lot of the times when you pull them up, you're like, the news just hit and it's already made the move, right? No, that's not always the case. Every once in a while, you see the news and you're able to participate, but those moves are going to happen very, very quickly. So that's one way to do it, using a 1 minute volume as a custom formula in the top list there. Well, the pros and cons, I like to see things that have maintained that 1 minute volume spike because many years ago, I used the 1 minute volume in an alert window for trying to catch range breaks based on the premise. Okay, if it's spiking on the 1 minute, two, three, four, 5 times normal, and it's breaking, say, an opening range, then that made sense to me. But the markets have changed considerably, over the past decade or so. So I'm more a fan of the 5 minute volume, which tells me, okay, obviously that's going to encompass 5 1 minute candles. It wasn't just a a one-off 1 minute candle and it blew through and then went back to sleep. It's by using 5 minute volume, I'm being assured that at least in the past 5 minutes, for five single 1 minute periods, that volume is being maintained. And most of the times, but not all the time, that stock is doing significant volume for the day. Now, that doesn't mean that, just because we see CX right here, trading at about 3.2 normal 5-minute volume, we don't know how long that's going to be sustained, right? But on the average, it's putting in some pretty healthy volume levels. It's on pace to finish 1.8, trading well above what it normally trades, assuming the pace is maintained. Almost at its daily trading range over the past 3 months. And, it's a low volume day. We get the Fed day and all that good stuff. So that's the reason I like 5-minute versus 1-minute red. Okay, so I got a little off topic there, but on the topic of 1-minute volume, we also have an alert for 1-minute volume. One-minute volume spike. Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure this one is a ratio. Yep. So if I say, okay, I'm going to throw a value of 2 in there. Okay, this thing is doing 2 times what it normally does in a 1-minute period, or you can crank it up to 3, 4, 5, 6, or you can set a minimum. And if you install a quality column, I'm pretty sure it's going to give you the exact value. So in this case, I've said, don't even bother showing it to me unless it's spiking 2x normal 1-minute volume. But on that last hit, okay, IQ's coming through. Yeah, it's just hovering right around that little break area like I thought. But not only was the 2 met on the 1-minute time frame, but it's 2.74, just spiked up to 3. This little guy right here is doing 5 times on the 1-minute. So, and keep in mind, this is looking at a specific list. But if you had this thing pointed to the entire market, you'd be getting tons of hits. So you would really need to filter it appropriately, But that's another way to see when things are spiking on the 1-minute time frame. Okay, what would be the benefit of adjusting the speed of the alert window? Good question. And this is a feature that I've never used. Okay. Um, Matter of fact, where are we at in properties on speed? Yeah. Okay. So, for example, if I just said, look at the whole market and show me anything hitting a high or a low, right? This thing should be humming, even though the market's sleepy. You're always going to have something hitting highs and lows, right? So it's just pumping out stocks. Any obscure stock, I have no filters on here, but it's pumping pretty fast, right? Well, the only use for speed is if a window's moving too fast. Like I just put it on fastest. And, there you go. It's definitely a little bit faster than when we had it on normal, right? But, it's just your personal preference. You want to see it at full speed, or maybe you want to see the stream, but you don't want it to be moving so fast, right? Well, then you'd put it on slow. So it's simply going to throttle the rate at which the data is being pushed through your alert window. But like I said, I prefer all mine to be on fastest, right? Because most of the time I've got proper filtering in place. So I just want to see things as quickly as possible. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, Red, you got to use those. You got to use the earnings filter to weed out the ETFs and SPACs. Now, some SPACs, I'm pretty sure some SPACs report. I think SPACs report earnings. So, using the earnings filter would definitely get rid of the ETFs and iShares. But you may have to build a list of the SPACs that you want to exclude. Notice all the fidgeting right here in the 1 minute because it's a lot shiftier than the 5 minute. So that's my little spiel on the speed function there, Jonathan. Yeah, we got a little bit of play in the China stocks yesterday. XPEV. Oof, what a nice little peel off.
Psst,
Nice little peel off in Lou yesterday. I hear a psst.
that's me.
Hey, Barry. What's happening?
Jamie. No, I found it very interesting. A couple of things you were saying.
Yeah?
One of them was about the speed. And it's
Mm,
funny, since I joined Trade Ideas in 2010, and you were the first person I ever talked to at Trade Ideas way back then,
yeah.
I haven't touched speed. I haven't even looked at speed. I think it's
I
I think
haven't
it's been
either.
on normal since since 2010. So that's 12 years as a subscriber. I haven't even thought about speed.
I haven't either.
Um, yeah, interesting.
And I'm like,
The
hey, I
other
want mine
thing,
to be on fastest.
yeah, but the other thing, and it's interesting you're talking about the level two,
Yeah.
because yeah, I haven't looked at level two in years and years and years. But it's interesting when you were talking about how with the zero commissions that it may come into play a little bit more. And it's interesting because I was in this go-to, okay, GOTU,
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
and you see that it got up to 229 just as you were talking. I was in I think at 205 or something,
Uh-huh.
but just as you were talking about level two. Now, I look at this trade, regardless of whether I'd seen level two, I was looking at that going, that's getting a little bit parabolic. I probably want to take some off, etc. But I happened to look at the level two, and it was something like, and I might exaggerate, it might have been like 6,000 on the bid and 30,000 on the offer. Okay. And I went, hmm. And so I took most of the trade off, not just because of that, but I thought that's interesting what Jamie was just saying
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
about that. And so right now, when I look at it, it's 18 on the bid and 91 on the offer. But I mean, it changes so quickly now
It does.
that that's I think the issue is that if it stayed there even for 5 seconds, maybe that would give you some kind of an edge. But I mean, the bid and the ask just on the bid of the offer just changes so rapidly. I just don't know how to use it.
Yeah, it does. I mean, some of them, like some of these race stocks, you're like, holy mackerel, I'm gonna get a seizure trying to watch this thing, right? Um, but the interesting thing about what I've been picking up on is that, let's say if I hit market buy on go-to right now, I'd probably get the half a penny, right?
Hmm.
So in my theory, in my humble opinion, by going to zero commission, they've they've opened up a few inefficiencies in the market structure. It wasn't intended to do that, um, but they've opened up some inefficiencies.
Hmm.
And if you're playing the right stocks, a lot of the times you can capitalize on those inefficiencies, because it doesn't matter. Let's say there's 100 shares left on the offer,
Hmm.
and you're trading through a zero com broker dealer, which I guess you're still paying commission at IB.
IB, yeah.
But if you are trading through, say, Thinkorswim or Schwab, um, you hit buy 1,000 shares, you're getting filled for 1,000 shares with one guy holding it up on the offer, right?
Hmm.
Because you're not really it's not direct access. You're not hitting that guy. You're routing
Right.
through the big guys who are selling their order flow to whoever, and they got to fill you there, right? Now, that's no guarantee you're going to make money on the trade, but it's a pretty interesting thing that's going on. And I don't think it was an intended consequence, but it's something that they're having to deal with.
So you're saying though, with the fact that I still pay that horrible half a cent a share commission at IB, that it may not matter?
Well, obviously, if the trade goes your way, it doesn't matter.
Right.
But isn't there a weird law in place where you guys can't, if you're Canadian, you can't trade through you don't have access to zero com broker dealers? Is that what
Correct.
Michael told me?
Correct.
So, like, if you
Yeah,
said, "Hey, I want to go through the light interface at IB," that's not
they
an
don't have
option
it
for
up.
you.
Yeah,
Okay,
they don't have it up here, no.
yeah. But you do have other frills that we U.S. citizens don't, like you're not subject to the PDT rule.
Yeah, which is
So that's a good
really
trade-off.
strange.
Yeah.
It's a huge trade-off because, and it's interesting, Jamie, because the theory, as you know, why the PD is sort of like protection in theory for people. And in
Haha,
Canada,
yeah.
our banking system is very, very conservative compared to yours. So in 2008 and nine, yeah, a lot of people lost their homes and all that, mortgages, but we did not have the fiasco that you guys had. The same,
Right,
because
right.
our lending practices, we weren't allowing people to, mortgage 99% or something, I'll exaggerate.
Well, the thing
But
that the horrible thing there with that whole ordeal, that was stated income loans. You just told them how
mhm,
much money you made. You didn't have to prove it.
you're
That's
right.
how insane it got. Yeah.
Yeah. And that, we used to rail about our banking industry before that happened. Come on, loosen up. Look at the States. It's the Wild West. You can get a loan to do this and that. And that's why, people are more prosperous down there, et cetera. Our banks are just, well, the
Yeah.
tune changed like it went 180 the other way and saying, thank God we've got a great banking system. Well, a banking system that is not the Wild West up in Canada. We really have five major banks, and they're nationwide. We have a lot of what we call trust companies, etc. But it's not like your system at all, and so it was very, very different. And thank goodness. But the interesting thing is we don't have a PDT rule, which in theory I would have thought would definitely be up here and not down there.
Well, it's funny because for protection, yeah, that's what they say the PDT rule
That's what
is
they say.
here.
Yeah.
It's for your protection.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it's for their protection. Because,
Mm-hmm.
just think if there was no PDT rule, you'd have literally tens of thousands of people coming into the market. And guess who that makes it difficult for? A quote unquote
Mm-hmm.
maker of markets. So
Right.
that's the evil genius of it. Oh, this is for your protection. Oh, it's really for our protection. It's an anti-competitive clause masquerading as a protective regulation. So that's the lesson for the day, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the lesson for the day.
The
Okay.
SEC loves you and they just want to take care of you.
Yep. Well, that's how I looked at it. But obviously, I mean, anyway, it is different. It's very different up here. And I mean, I just love it when people say, oh my God, you've got to pay half a cent a share commission. And as if that is the worst thing in the entire world. I mean, I love IB. I know people, I don't know, I'm in the minority, but I'll take a stable platform that I've had for almost 7 years now. I can't remember one time that had been frozen out. It gets frozen or something like that. I can't remember one time where I go, I didn't get a fill where I thought it would. I just find it very, very stable, and I'll pay for that. If that's where my half a cent a share is going, I'll gladly pay that.
It is a robust system. And, I was with E-Trade for quite a while. I jumped ship. I'm
Hmm.
over at Thinkorswim now. And
Right.
it's weird getting used to a new platform, especially Thinkorswim. But once you figure out all the bells and whistles and you can make it do what you want to do, I like it.
Yeah.
Like it a lot. It seems to be a robust platform as well. And
Well, and
the
the other
short
thing,
list is
people.
a lot better than E-Trade.
Right, right. Well, the other thing people talk about IB is that it's not pretty. You're right. It's ugly. I mean, it is, well, ugly. Comparatively speaking, it looks like it's, built from the DOS days. I don't care.
Right,
I
right.
mean, as long as it executes. I mean, I rarely, I see my order entry, I see my symbol, I see, it all is, to me, it's fine. Is it pretty? Probably not as pretty as it could be, but at the end of the day, all I care about is execution, and does it
Exactly.
do what it's supposed to do? So
That is true.
there we go. There we go, Jamie. So I'll take over now.
Okay, very good. And we
Get
got
my
about what,
screen
an
going.
hour till the
Yeah,
Fed
can't wait.
announcement. So
Yep,
stay
yep.
tuned and good luck for the rest of the day. And we'll talk to you later, Barry.
You bet. Okay,
All
Jamie.
right. Bye bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in one room. I'm back in two rooms, and I'm back in all the rooms now. Okay, now let me get my music going. That's the last thing I have to do. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back in. Oh, so Scott, no, if you're asking, do I use this window that we call Brokers Plus to trade from within trade ideas? No, I don't. I don't. I typically just use this to demonstrate it's used as a simulator. I'm not going to try to toggle back and forth. If I were, well, I just won't do that. And based on what I do, trading, you have to have a pretty good concentration. So I don't want to make a mistake. I'm in the simulator. I'm not in the simulator, toggling back and forth. So I use trade ideas. I mean, trade ideas generates the ideas, and then I trade from within my IB platform, if that makes sense. But oh, absolutely. I use trade ideas. I mean, to find the ideas. IMMX never came back, guys. I was surprised a little bit. I thought maybe it would come back up to that VWAP and maybe start to move, but nope. Now, while I was on my break, I saw this TDUP, TDUP, and this is just ripping here. Big percentage move. Don't see any specific news on it. Don't think there's. I don't think so, Scott. I've never. I mean, the question would have been great posed to Jamie because he does. Well, he's using Thinkorswim now, but when he had E-Trade, I don't think there was any lag. There are people who use Brokers Plus to trade from within. I don't think there is any lag that I'm aware of. But again, I have no personal experience. But I've not heard of any lag. All right, guys, so we are in about a little over, well, 53 minutes away from the 2 o'clock hour, which of course is going to be pretty exciting. We'll see what happens. Will they or won't we, or won't they? 50 is what their market is expecting for a rate hike. If it's 75, we will see a big red candle on the SPY, in my opinion. But I don't think it's going to be, most people are saying 50. And then I have no idea what the market will do. And then we still have to wait for 2:30 or when they start talking about it. Now, here's one that I don't think I've ever seen before. I don't know if this is an IPO back here, ICVX. I just don't remember if it is. ICVX, what a day it's having. 43%, 25 million in the float. I didn't see this in the pre-market. The reason being, didn't do anything in the pre-market. Meanwhile, Sissy, SISI just exploded here on some volume, guys. Again, I know I mentioned this one earlier. 70-cent stock 5 to 6 days ago. 267 now. And you would have thought maybe yesterday would have been its last gasp for a while. Not even close. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I can't even think about it. I'm trying to see. Now, this must have been something else because we have the 200-day moving average at 676. So let me just back this out. Yeah, I mean, oh, wait a minute. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I thought that was the first day it started trading. So let's take a look at a weekly chart. There we go. Okay. I didn't back it out enough on the daily. I thought that's when it first started trading. So, all right. So got some room. Let's see. We're at 628 right now. What's the high of that week is 640. If it can take out 640, look out. I mean, there's 940 way up here that week. So this is definitely one to keep an eye on. Tomorrow and the next day. I don't know. This is the news on it. The company provided a 6-month immunogenicity update from its phase 1/1B trial. I don't know if, but that was on, yeah, this is the 14th today. I don't know if they did that earlier, like even last week, or this is the first day they've done it. Sometimes they rehash press releases. Uh, you can ask about competitors here. I may not have any idea, but you can ask about competitors. And that's in response to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, so I don't know them at all, Scott. So I cannot comment. Wow, EH, I let go of it. Too bad. Some of it anyway. I don't have any more left. That's a great short from the AI. There was the short alert 1025. Now you would have taken some off. I mean, it got down to 9, which is where I kind of offloaded most, and then popped up here. But what I should have done is and I know I did. In fact, I did. I think I put a well, maybe I didn't. That's a green line from the target line. I should have put a price alert underneath 9 to see if it would take it out, and it did. And it got all the way down to 855. Yeah, you see, you can't do that to me, Captain. So that had gapped up, T-con. I'm going to look just because I have to. Oh, okay. Oh, it's short. Okay. I thought maybe it had really popped up or something. I was thinking that it, because I know we saw this in the pre-market, but you're right. This is like a great short. Lots of shares available. I thought what I was going to see was some giant green candle. Yeah, all-time low. Yeah. Because I wouldn't expect very much movement, certainly in the large cap stocks now as we get closer to that 2 o'clock hour. What I'm going to do at about 1:30 Eastern time, of course, is I'm going to do my video. I want to get that out of the way before the fireworks at 2. Okay, so we have a now I'm no financial expert, okay, but the question coming from a YouTube room is CAVN. CAVN? Is that the right symbol? Has 900 million in cash, but the stock is worth less than that. Why? So I need the symbol. But that happens. I mean, then you could look at it potentially, but what's its burn rate? I mean, listen, I'm no financial analyst, but it may have a lot of cash, but maybe it's burning cash like crazy and with not great prospects. But I need the better symbol. It's obviously not CAVN, Anthony, but I don't analyze stocks like that at all. So William in our room could probably give a far better answer, but I need the right symbol because doesn't appear that it's a CAVN. Yeah, so it's not CAVN. Yeah, I'm waiting. William, I'm waiting. He gave me the symbol as CAVN, but it's not. Anthony, can you hear me? All right, guys. PBT, this Permian Basin. Yeah, I saw this one moving earlier. PBT, all-time high. Yeah, that's why I was interested. All-time high for PBT. Don't see too many of those, guys. Not in this market in terms of all-time highs. Well, so much for the Goldman downgrade of QS. This has had a great day, actually, after the initial down turn that's a 945 candle. So that's the second candle. Didn't look good, but since then, this has just been moving higher and higher and higher. QS. Now it depends what you mean by integrate, Josh. If you're talking about, so the question is, there a list of brokers that integrate well with AI? Are you talking about using this brokerage plus window to trade from within trade ideas? Because there are only two, E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. But if you are talking about our external linking tool, so that when you click on an alert, it'll show up in your order entry. I don't think there's a list really. Who's your broker, and we'll tell you. I mean, problem sometimes is that, they don't care whether the brokers don't care whether we link with them or not. Okay, so they can make changes in their system, and we maybe the linking was fine, and then all of a sudden they make some changes, and all of a sudden maybe the linking doesn't work. Sometimes it's just trial and error. Okay, well, Holly's got nothing to do with your broker, so okay. So Anthony, I can't tell you if you can't hear me. So as far as the AI, I mean, you just treat it like it, for instance, here's an alert, right? Here's an alert up here. If you got an alert in the AI, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can trade it. You don't need Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, to trade the AI. And, the AI doesn't spit out too many alerts in a day. So even if you had a broker that for some reason we couldn't establish a link so that when you clicked on the symbol, it would automatically load in your order entry, then the worst that's going to happen is that you type it in. Okay. Okay. And you should never get hung up on, well, okay, if I have to type it in and there's the entry price, and by the time I type in instead of 1025, now it's 1021, I guess I've missed the trade. No. Okay, I mean, these are not designed to make 2 cents on the trade. I didn't take that trade until it broke 10, as an example. Okay, that's the way I trade. Maybe he did. Maybe he did mean. Thank you, Pepe. Maybe he meant CVNA. Oh well, if he meant well, he can't hear me though. So if it is CVNA, it doesn't matter how much cash they have on hand; they're burning it. They've got what everybody feels is a failed business model now. If it is CVNA, but he can't hear me, so. I'll type that in. Okay, guys. Well, there's go to up again. I did take this one earlier. I was talking to Jamie, and we are talking about. I'm out of it completely. We're talking about level 2. So here's go to right here. I'm mentioning this one right here. This was the nice break, in my opinion, around that 205, 206 mark. Oh, here's another one. How much? Oh, good volume, pretty good volume, 1.2 million shares. Look at this PaySafe, PSFE, a break underneath 12. It's not an all-time low, but you know, I'm on a weekly chart. I don't see any support for it anywhere soon. So let me take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, maybe this was trading at something else because I don't see anything lower than the current price. Maybe it was trading as a different symbol or something because this to me looks like an all-time low, and that is the PSFE. For you sub $1 guy people, NVVE, look at this one, 85 cents, up 34%. Now I had CJJD on a price alert earlier and it did pop up and then came right back down. So let's see if this time it holds. CJJD, okay? Let me get my daily chart up again. Let's see if this holds this time. Now the spread isn't great, 707, 715. 710, 715, tightening up a bit. VWAP, over the VWAP, 689. Yeah, came right back down to the 702. It just seems a little jumpy still. 702, 705. Needed to be solidly above 7, like, 710, 712 bid ask for a bit, in my opinion anyway. And that's the CJJD. And the high yesterday or 2 days ago was 789. The high today was 760. So it has room. Histogram looks good. Increasing bars, meaning more bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish. And the float is low. So, I mean, that's why it can be pretty whippy, 7.75 million in the float for CJJD. Yeah, this is not like, I mean, yeah, I'm going to forget about it, guys, because the spread just goes crazy. Now it's 689, 715. So I'm just going to forget about it. Not worth not worth the trouble. I mean, the only thing I'll do is put an alert at 718, 719 or so, and see if it takes that out later on, and the spread is tightened up. But right now, and this is what I'm talking about. Look at the spread, 689, 709, 20-cent spread on a $7 stock is basically saying, you know what, we don't want you to trade it. So even though the histogram is suggesting that for a lot of bullish candlestick patterns, it's not the be all and the end all. Look at now 693, 714. So anyway, I'll just forget about it. Okay, guys, it's 1:29, so I will do my video now. Let me just get my announcement out. Okay, 1:30 now. It should not be, certainly no later than 1:45, probably earlier. Okay, so I'm muting myself everywhere. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so this P-lab keeps moving down here. PLAB. And what is the next low looking left? Looks like 1670, is that right? 1681. So it's got about 60 cents. Got about 60 cents. Okay, now what time is it now? So about 20 minutes, guys, until FOMC. I'll put the SPY chart up about a minute before. Look at the SPY action ahead of this, though, guys. Look at the SPY action ahead. They're all thinking it's certainly not going to be 75. Yeah, yeah, ABNB, absolutely. I actually have that one thumbnailed. Got room too. 100. I mean, 100 and what? $100.65. Yeah, so about $100 is the next high looking left. Here's a little beyond probably would move, depending on what the market does. So beyond BYND has room to 16. This is a big move ahead, you guys, of 2 o'clock. That's a big move. Let's see what happens on the second 15-minute candle ahead of the SPY, ahead of the FOMC. Well, missed the boat on this one today, but this is a difficult trader, in my opinion, BIVI. But Now, I mean, it's taken all this out. This meaning on the daily chart, it's basically exploded out. You know, that KYMR, I mean, yeah, I made a little bit of money on the short of it, but it is just kind of hanging around that 30 mark. I'm very surprised it didn't either, move one way or the other in a big way. I mean, one could say it came from $39 down to 29, but this has just been kind of basing for quite a while, right around that 30 mark, and that is the KYMR. Yeah, Shady is right out of my playbook. Higher time frames, monthly, weekly, daily. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm going to show all windows. I'm missing something. Okay. Rent continues to move higher. RENT, rent. Now, is this shortable for me? Not shortable for me. I'm just looking here. There's that 200-day moving average at 390. You would think, what did it get to today? Got up to 380. You would think that might stall it. But even if it does, it's not shortable for me. Let's see, RNA. Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's not going to stay here for the rest of the day. It's not impossible, but it's not going to stay here for the rest of the day. It's going to move one way or the other, just like KYMR. I refuse to believe it's just going to sit at 30 for the rest of the day. Now, if it moves higher, I mean, there's the VWAP, 17.99. So it's about 60 cents away from that, 70 cents away from that. But right now, this is sort of twiddling thumbs time, guys. Thumbs time, guys. um, we got about 12 minutes, 11 minutes and 15 seconds until 2 o'clock. And then we'll see, see what happens. So my only advice I would give, if you're in anything that is overall affected by the market, like the Metas and the Amazons and stocks that really are affected by the market, just be careful. Even though we think, the market is sort of prepping us ahead of time, looking like it's not going to drop like not going to sink or anything, but you just don't know. You just don't know for sure. So now if you're in something that, some of these small ones probably doesn't matter because typically they don't really care. Look at, by the way, speaking of something, KYMR, guys, it's actually making a little break here, making a little bit of a break here off 30. And it has, I mean, it's got a lot of room, $1.70 or so until the VWAP. So that's not an issue. Another little one, probably. BNED, is this under $1? No, actually, I'm surprised it even exists. So look at Barnes and Noble, guys. BNED, BNED. Again, amazingly, this has some room. BNED has some room. Look left. The next high is 240. So it's got some room if it wants to keep moving here. I don't know why this has any, why it's crawling off the bottoms here. Okay, just like clockwork. RNA is starting to move up a little bit now too. RNA. But look at the coming into the VWAP. Now it takes that VWAP out and it could have another run. The VWAP is 17.99. So I'm going to stick an alert, say 18.15. See if it can take out the VWAP. And because remember, this hit $21 before. Okay, give me another moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes. I want to keep an eye on FLNC, guys. FLNC was an earnings play. Released earnings on the 12th. Had a nice day yesterday. Sold off a little bit, got as high as 23.44. Closed down here at 21.81. So did kind of sold off a bit. But this could be a second day continuation off earnings. It's got some room until the high of yesterday, about $1 or so. And you never know. Some of these just, this might have multi-day continuation off earnings. And that is FLNC. One that is trying to crawl back a little bit. This is DLO, guys. DLO trying to crawl back a little bit. You can see a big level for it to get through would be 1469, I think. Yeah. 1469 gets through that. Won't probably happen today, but I'm going to stick a price alert there, a 1472. And see if it takes that out at some point, because if it does, look left, look at the 2095 is the next high looking left. And that is for the DLO. Watch the Fed or watch the game. Good one. Well, I'm going to watch the Fed. I don't expect much out of that game, but and there's the ICVX. It's just kind of hugging the that 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Hey guys, a little over 2 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just put a little SPY chart up. Not a little one, but a big one. Big SPY chart, 1 minute. Okay, and then we'll go in a couple of minutes, less than 2 minutes. We're going to see what is going to happen to the SPY. And remember, the first 5 minutes, the first move is usually, well, I'm not saying it won't be the absolute move, but usually takes 5 minutes to settle out. So you might see a giant green candle, then you might see a giant red candle, they might see a giant green candle. But the market is certainly on that 15-minute chart, it is suggesting there's no way it's going to be 75 basis points. No way. If it is, you will see a giant, giant red candle. Uno minuto. Okay, guys, we got another 25 seconds. But again, don't forget 2:30. We'll have further fireworks. Okay, so all right, the countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we have a, a giant red candle. But remember that first move. Well, don't tell me they did 75. Did they do 75? Anybody know? Look at that. Look at that candle. Look at that 15-minute candle now on the SPY. Okay, so it was 50 cent or 50 basis points, so it wasn't the 75, but the market's really no, market's reacting like it was 75. It must be the projections. Ongoing rate hikes will be appropriate. Okay, I guess they were hoping that this might have been one of the last ones. Your bounce plays are going crazy, Zach. Your bounce plays are absolutely going crazy. Well, all these people from 130 to 145, and even from 145 a little bit anyway to 2 o'clock, they were all they were all pretty optimistic. And no bounce yet. Those are three so far. 2 full minute down, 2 full 1 minute candles down. And now there's the third, though there was a bottoming tail, bit of a bottoming tail. So the sellers had it down here. The sellers had it down here. The buyers closed it here. Remember, 2:30 is another a round of this sort of stuff because they'll actually have a press conference and talk about it, questions. I think we've seen two reactions. I can't remember the last time, but I know one time we had a horrible reaction at the 2 o'clock, and then they came out, did the presser, and the market screamed higher. But then I think the reverse happened one time too. So you just never know. But this is it. I'll just get rid of this now. But this is an example. Look at KYMR. This is what I'm saying. A lot of these don't care. Okay, KYMR doesn't care about what the market's doing. ICVX doesn't care. That's why I was saying a lot of these ones that, the more volatile ones, they don't care that much. The smaller ones, smaller floats, they don't follow the market that closely. Out of curiosity, what did KWeb do? So it had a bit of a drop, not quite as dramatic as the SPY. Well, this was a case in which the first move was the move. A lot of times we could have seen a giant red candle, then a giant green candle, a giant red one, and it usually takes about 5 minutes, but that's the move. That's the move so far. Trying to hold 400. Funny, I was actually toying with taking this one long, but this FLNC, but I said, don't do anything stupid ahead of the FOMC. ICVX just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, guys. But, and this is not, it is shortable. This is shortable for me. The reason being is that there's the 200-day moving average, 676. It's going right into it, but it is shortable for me. 500,000 shares available, Interactive Broker. So I'm really watching this one, see what it does at that 200-day. I mean, it may just power right through it, not care, and it doesn't care what the market's doing. Look at these green candles. Look at the market. Bad spread right now for that one, 655, 658, 670 for ICVX. Look at that. I mean, right at that 200-day area. Boy, the selling continues. I'm just looking at some of the ones that are coming through your scan, Zach, and the bouncers. I mean, at some point, maybe, but boy, you've got to be really, really careful trying to pay a bounce now based on what the SPY is doing. Here's another one that doesn't care. Game. Game doesn't care. Canada, where are you out of? Toronto. ICVX, guys, is so strong. It's now through that 200-day barely, but the spread is, 671, 680, 681. So the spread is basically that 200-day is right between the spread. But it doesn't seem to care. Look at ICVX, guys. Wow. So they're rehashing this news. I mean, that's 106. And I think they're just rehashing. Yeah, they keep rehashing this news. ICVX. Okay, so you saw what I said about CVNA, right, Anthony? If it was CVNA, it doesn't matter how much cash they've got on hand. I mean, I think it's a failing business. I mean, it's just exhibited by their share price. So they're probably burning cash like crazy. Okay, well, this one is shortable for me, the ICVX. It is shortable for me. What's the high up here? 715. Okay, so some buyers have kind of stepped in a little bit on the SPY. You can see the SPY, there's a bottoming tail. And we have a halt now on the way down. Or sorry, this one resumed. So it got halted on the way down, and now it has resumed. CJJD. See, I didn't remember I was saying I didn't like it because of the spread. So the spread kept me out of that. Yeah, so that's what we thought, Anthony. It was CVNA. Yeah. Pepe thought it might have been CVNA. Okay, guys, I'm just watching this ICVX. Biggest volume bar of the day right there for ICVX for the 15 anyway. Testing that 200-day moving average again from the top side, just a little bit. How do you get level two? Your broker, not through us. You'd have to get level two from your broker, Anthony. Okay, we don't supply level two. Okay, second 15-minute candle leading up to 2:30 is also red, guys. So this is ominous. It depends. I mean, obviously, it depends what the spread is. I mean, if it were 20 cents, it would absolutely deter me for a $6 stock, 6.50 stock. If it's 10 cents and a stock has moved so much, if I can get a midpoint from IB, give me a fill midpoint. Sometimes I'll try that, just because I think something that went up so quickly could go down so quickly. So I'm not. But if it were like and it's all as you know, Cam, it's all depending on the price. But 20 cents would keep me out. But right now, for instance, the spread widens for that one. I mean, if I were new to trading, I wouldn't touch it. Because the spread, it just can widen on you too. But who, doesn't care? Vivi doesn't care what the market's doing. BIVI doesn't care at all. The problem with the spread like that is that, all of a sudden the ask can go way high, okay, on you. And so, you get in, let's just say for argument's sake, I could get this one, ICVX at midpoint, say it's 677, okay? All of a sudden though, if the ask goes up to like 690, 695, just like that, you're in your P&L looks terrible. And if the bid catches up to that ask in any way, then you're probably going to have to get out of the trade immediately. So that's why I'm certainly, for new traders, I would not be trading or trying to short this one with this, even with this current spread. But that looks like that was the top. So the breakdown through 7. What do I think? I don't really get into it that technically, drawer. Okay. Oop, there's RNA. So what did RNA do? See RNA now. I mean, it's possible what you're saying, but I just don't. RNA guys, this is now starting to move, and again, it doesn't care what the market's doing. It left the VWAP behind, 1797. I guess what I'm really trying to say, Drawer, is I don't analyze it that closely. Okay. All right, guys, another 11 minutes, a little over, or 10 minutes until 2:30, and then more fireworks. It'll be so Fascinating to see if it turns into a giant green candle, wiping out that red candle. Yeah, see, at 625, 605, that is way, I mean, for $6 stock, you just kind of use the phrase, they don't want you to trade it. But you have IB, right? I mean, you can always try to stick a bid in between, if you're bound and determined, especially something that's moving pretty quickly. But the problem then is, where do you put your stop? Because you could say, well, I'll put my stop. Let's just say, for instance, 605 and 625 was the bid ask at the time, and you were able to get a fill in between using IB's mid. So where are you going to put your stop? You're going to put it at 605? Because the problem is, you get in, and then all of a sudden, if they yank the bid below 605, what are you going to do? Because in theory, it's below your stop now. So it's really, I wouldn't, the spready issues are not easy. All right, guys. Well, another 8 minutes or so. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I know I mentioned this little one, probably about 70 cents, is now at 88 cents now, NVVE. You know what? I'm going to hard it just in case tomorrow it breaks $1, just in case it does something really crazy. Only 18 million in the float, so it's not a huge float. I have no idea why it's doing this, but so again, you can see these ones, these biggest gainers from the open, they don't care what the market's doing. Now, of interest, the large cappers, these stocks are moving in theory, well, they're not in theory, they're moving higher, not by much, but they're not caring too much about what the market's doing either. So these are like counter trend plays. Like, how's coin doing? Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's 0.4%. I mean, these are very marginal moves. And grits doesn't care either. GRTS doesn't care. Look at this move for grits, GRTS. Okay, guys, a minute and a half now till 2:30. See what happens. Okay, guys, so we've had two bottoming tails now, two bottoming tails for the SPY. Now, the sellers tried a couple of times to move it lower. Buyers have stepped in briefly anyway, but time will tell. Another 30 seconds before that presser begins. Now, we won't get the instant, like the SPY at 2 o'clock, we get the instant reaction. So we're not going to get, I don't think, the instant reaction right at 2:30. Unless he opens his comments by saying sell everything. Okay, guys, so presser is started. Oh my goodness. You know what? Funny, William. When I read that, I read that as everyone, not Eeyore. Okay, so far, kind of a muted reaction so far. Not positive, that's for sure, but muted. Oh, look at this Vivi just surging higher and higher and higher. Well, okay, that was short-lived, that RNA. I thought maybe it might get going, but nope. All right, guys. Well, listen, while we're waiting for some kind of a bigger reaction from the SPY, so far there's no huge reaction one way or the other. So far. All right, I'll put my homepage link in again. Yeah, okay, now we're getting a reaction. Now we're getting way more negative reaction. Hoo-hoo, okay. And we're getting the negative reaction now for KYMR. Now, I'm not saying it's all related to what the SPY's doing, but now KYMR in jeopardy of giving up 29. All right, well, click on my homepage link. Here's what you're going to see. Obviously, a way to take out a subscription right up here. Okay, there's a promo code you can use, Barry15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. I do a stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it. It is free. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. Education, big education section is here. And my scans are here, the ones that I'm sharing. And again, if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my link, my homepage link, and then use that promo code. Room gets credit, and I get a little bit too. Wow. This is turning into as wide a bar as that first one. Did he really say that? Did he end it like that? Are you kidding? Yeah, I thought you were kidding. Well, I read somewhere that the Santa Claus rally actually starts, if there is going to be one, usually starts, I think, mid next week and goes to January 5th, something like that. That is historically what the dates of the Santa Claus rally is, if there's going to be one this year. I think the amazing thing to me though is that green bar with the spy before the announcement. I mean, that looked, look, remember how positive that looked? And that was the 130 15-minute candle on the SPY. We're just surging higher. There you go, Ben. I thought I was, so I was off by a day on the, I think I said the 5th. So yeah, the 4th. But it was not mid next week. Yeah, it was more, yeah, it was the week after. So there's still time, guys. Still time. Okay, guys, listen, I'm just going to put myself on mute now. I'm here. You have any questions, ask. But if I see anything that might be interesting, I'll pop in. But I think I'll just put myself on mute. Okay, so if there's a question, please don't be shy. Exactly, Jonathan. Yes, I would think I'll turn on the World Cup. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap this up now. I'm going to go watch the World Cup. So thank you for all of the help today. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow with this market. I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.